Let her roll. Let her roll. Where's William? I thought William was supposed to be here. William? What? Coming at 8. Well, there you go.
Carrying a dog or two.
I wish you would bring the dogs. I want her to. I'd be happier with the dogs.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:06 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of July 16th, 2024. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner McVoy will lead the moment of silence, and Miss May will do the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you would be so kind, please close your eyes and consider for a moment the blue marble, the famous photograph of the Earth taken in 1972 by the Apollo 17 crew. Many consider this image of Earth with its blue oceans and swirling clouds to be a turning point in human history, a turning point that generated a recognition that we are all on this single planet Earth together, and that we all share a responsibility to protect it and to protect each other. As Robert Poole wrote, although no one found the words to say so at the time, the blue marble photograph was a photographic manifesto for global justice. While throughout history it has been repeatedly argued that those are not our problems, that we should stay in our lanes, that others should address that, the blue marble suggested to many that humanity no longer has the luxury of isolationism. As Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The blue marble photograph forever changed the concept of being one's brother's keeper. Now we know that we all must be each other's keepers. And John Donne was way ahead of all of us, photograph or not, writing famously in 1624, "No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a cloud should be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind. And therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee." May the blue marble's implicit call for global justice, for human rights for all, guide our decision-making today and forever.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance
Excuse me. We don't do that.
States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
Madam
Yes,
Mayor.
I have some. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Vice Mayor Malega?
Thank you. I would like to move public participation, Commission Liaison, City Manager's Report, and City Attorney Report to the end of the meeting tonight.
And I would object to that.
Well, do I have a second? Is that a motion?
Yes, motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that to discuss.
Okay. So for discussion purposes, what are we going to discuss?
We just have an immense amount of public comment on non-agenda items, and we have people here in the public who are here to speak on agenda items that are part of the local community. And we spoke about this before, that when we have a situation like this, that we're going to take it on a case-by-case basis. I think tonight's a great case for us to be able to say, okay, this stuff can get moved to the end, and let's get to the meat and potatoes of the business.
And I would say that given that that was not announced to people in advance, that they would be pushed to the end of the meeting, that sends a very unhealthy undemocratic and unwelcoming message to our community.
It was discussed, and we said that we would take it on a case-by-case basis, that we weren't going to make the change permanent. You were part of that discussion.
There is nothing on the agenda to give anybody that heads up.
It's part of the city rules.
Okay, well, it's, we are, tonight on the agenda is, we're considering doing that, moving the thing, so what? Right,
I did not see anything on changing the location of public participation. I saw liaison reports, city manager and city
Well,
attorneys. I
when we
did
get
not
to it.
see.
All right, let's just call a vote. All in favor of moving it to the end?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Nay, just for program purposes. And I understand the reason, and I sympathize with the reason. I just think that we're going to change it. Let's go tonight. But we are going to, Ms. Clerk, what suggestion did you have?
Okay, so that was a 3-2, that passed 3-2.
Yeah.
How was the vote on that and which way?
3-2 against. I mean, 3-2 against. It failed.
Okay.
Wait, it failed?
So we're not moving anything?
For tonight, no.
Okay.
Yeah, and I understand that's, I'll get blowback by it, and I understand that you
No,
disagree
I
with
just-
it.
we
No, I'm just,
didn't
we're just
understand the vote.
confused because you
Okay.
said we were taking it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay,
And
and
now two people are acting like we didn't talk about this
I don't
before.
care about what we talked about. I'm just saying for tonight, on a case-by-case basis. And I
I just
really-
didn't understand what you had
Okay.
voted. I apologize.
And I understand there's a lot of people here that want to talk tonight, but I just think let's do it in a proactive way. So, Ms. Clerk, what was your,
So I also have a request to reorder new business A, which is the interlocal agreement with the CRA for Pinnacle on 6, and new business B, the interlocal for Madison Terrace Phase 2, to follow presentations.
okay, so Pinnacle is number,
Is new business A?
right. Okay, and the next one is B,
New business B,
Madison Terrace.
to follow presentations, because Joan Oliva is here to do her CRA update, and I have people on Zoom who will be speaking on those items.
Okay. Any objection to that change? Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Can you repeat the change?
Yeah, we're going to take new business A and B and move them after
Presentations.
presentations.
New business A and B.
And I'm going to say something to the public here. I know a lot of you are here on the very same issues. And we are a business meeting. And I would ask that if you all want to say the same thing, please give our staff and give a little respect in terms of how many times do we have to hear the same message. So if you can consolidate, that would be very helpful, because we have a lot of public comment and we have a lot of work to do. So I ask you to respect that. So,
We,
They can waive in support or waive in denial, right?
Yeah.
Like they do in, okay.
Madam Clerk, anything else?
Yes, I have a request to add a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza as an emergency addition to the agenda by Commissioner McVoy.
and if I might, Madam Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you. It was added as an emergency addition. I had requested it to be added as a formal item of the agenda because it had been asked for a while, several meetings before that. And I had sort of assumed, incorrectly, as it turns out, by our rules, that that request would carry over to the next available meeting. It didn't, so I had to put it in as an emergency agenda. I, as well as certainly a number of people in our community and elsewhere, put a lot of effort into the backup for it. And we asked that it be given some consideration. I know it is a topic that is, a fraught topic perhaps, but I think if you look at the backup, you will see that very significant people within Israel have asked for more or less the same thing, both at very high levels, including a prime minister and the head of Mossad, the intelligence agency, as well as many people protesting Israelis on the street.
Thank you.
So we're not asking for something that is out of line with people at all levels within the country in
I
question.
think we've just, have we not, someone refresh my recollection, have we not already discussed this as not being something appropriate for the city?
Yes, we have already discussed that twice.
Okay, so I don't know if you have any support to add it. As I said in public, I will not support it. I don't think it's in our purview. So I don't know, anybody else want to make a motion to admit it or deny it, hear it or not hear it?
I'm opposed to adding that
Is that a
tonight.
motion?
I'd make a motion to add it, and that's the procedure. It's not, you have to
All
vote
right,
on that
so
one.
you have a motion to add it.
Right.
Is there a second? Hearing no second,
Hang on.
the motion.
Ronaldo's hand
Oh,
up.
Mr. Diaz, do you want to speak? Are you seconding the motion?
Yeah, I was second that. I mean, it seems like I know this is not an easy thing to talk about. I can't tell by the camera, but it seems like maybe that's why there's a bunch of people in the commission chambers right now. And, I would be okay with bringing it up, although I can kind of already see that we don't have the votes for this to really go anywhere. So, honestly, on a personal level, I'm supportive of even just listening and discussing, the pros and cons and whatnot.
So
but-
succinctly, that's a second to the motion.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of adding it?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
It fails.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, for the second reordering, which is reordering new business A and B. Who made the motion in the second for that?
Okay, sure. I thought we did that. Okay, do we have a motion to move? I
Wait,
think-
no, we have it. I didn't register it. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I just need it for the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we did it.
I don't think we did.
All right, so do we have a motion to move it to A and B?
okay.
A and B to after presentations?
I'll make a motion to move new business A and B to right after presentations.
Okay, thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Ronaldo's hand's still up. Just saying.
do you have another comment, Ronaldo?
No, sorry, my bad.
All right, so presentations. We have a couple proclamations, and then we have the CRA quarterly update. The first proclamation is for our own leisure services heroes, and that is, and they are here tonight. Whereas Florida is home to more than 170 state parks, trails, and historic sites that inspire residents and visitors with recreational opportunities and scenic beauty. And whereas our parks and trails ensure ecological beauty, provide space to enjoy nature, help maintain clean air and water, preserve plant and animal wildlife, and whereas parks and recreation programs enhance our quality of life by contributing to a healthy lifestyle, community building, economic development, and environmental sustainability. And whereas parks and recreation programs boost the economy, attract new businesses, and increase tourism. And whereas local, state, and national parks located within the state of Florida contribute to the overall quality of life enjoyed by the residents of and visitors to our state. And whereas the National Recreation and Park Association and the Florida Recreation and Park Association designated July as Recreation and Parks Month. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim July 2024 as National Parks and Recreation Month. And I have signed it, and the clerk has sealed it. Thank you. Yay, staff. Whenever there's an event, whenever there's tables to be moved, chairs to be moved, and things to be photographed, things to be arranged, and arrangements to be made. These are the folks that have to visit the park. I want to get this. Smile. Put you guys in the middle. You're the important ones. And the Street Painting Festival, which I'm gonna say, they pulled off magnificently on very short notice this year. There were naysayers that thought it wouldn't happen, and boy, did they pull it off. So thank you so much. Is that a suggestion? Sure. All right, here we go. Use the invisible little elves that make it all happen. He's gone.
He
had
had a
enough.
call.
I'm done, I'm out of here. All right, next up, we have a proclamation. Whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach takes special notice and acknowledges the exceptional services Digital Vibes has provided for more than 12 years to our citizens of highest potential, our children. And whereas in 2010, Digital Vibes was founded to reach out to underserved youth in Palm Beach County by mentoring them through dance, fitness, technology, and the arts. And whereas Digital Vibes partners with local after-school sites, community-based organizations, and summer camp programs, serving thousands of children each year. Whereas Digital Vibes serves all children within and even beyond Palm Beach County. And whereas Digital Vibes has hosted events such as Let's Move County and programs such as wellness workshops, fitness jams, and digital expressions where children can produce their music videos to express themselves. And whereas Kids Fit Jamathon is the largest kids dance fitness concert in the nation, and whereas Digital Vibes has grown a following nationally and a viral dance video on TikTok with over 42 million views, bringing national and international attention to Palm Beach County, and whereas Digital Vibes will host its largest event yet this year with music, fun, live dance performances by local student organizations, and the winner of the competition will take home a cash prize. Now therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim July 17th, 2027 as the 13th annual Kids Fit Jamathon to be held at the South Florida Fairgrounds in West Palm Beach, and urge all citizens to join me in congratulating and celebrating Digital Vibes on their 13th Kids Fit Jamathon celebration. And I have signed it, and the clerk has sealed it. And I had the chance to watch them practice, and it's pretty amazing. So, Carla, would you like to take this to them?
If you guys haven't had a chance to go, the Kids Fit Jamathon is at the, it's at the fairgrounds, and it is amazing to see all these kids come out and compete against each other and really work hard. It's a great event.
And now we have the quarterly update from the CRA.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. If you could go to the first slide. Thank you so much. We're going to start out with money, which is probably one of the most important things when talking about a CRA and the budget. Our taxable values this year increased 9.5%, not as much as last year or years before, but still a steady increase. We have a much better taxable value breakdown than we used to. We don't rely too heavily on commercial like we used to. We have a kind of a breakdown between residential and commercial. It's almost 50-50. Next, please. This is just a chart that just shows you the taxable value over the year and how it's gone up steadily. That's why I say it's something sustainable. Also, if you look at the breakdown of taxable values from 2015 to 2024, you can see we have more properties that are on the tax roll paying taxes. We have more properties assessed between $1 and $100,000. And if you work your way up, you'll find that obviously we have much more taxable value in the city than we did before. This is a slide of Circuit. Circuit's been going pretty well for us. Our first month, we had probably about 500 maybe users, rides, and then on the next month, which was May, we had over 1,000. And it has slid down back to 600. We're thinking maybe this is because the weather or people have left for the summer or some other reason that I'm not aware of. However, we've started a promo, so if you are a rider, you can get 2 free rides for this upcoming month. And we're stepping up our promotions of it on social media and digital media. And I also wanted to show you that there's, you can see the map up on the top. We do have a pretty wide coverage area. However, We have gotten a lot of comments about people who would like us to make it even bigger. It's certainly something I think the CRA would love to do, but we have to work with the city on this because some areas are in the CRA and others are outside. So if we expand the area, it's also going to cost the city more. But the city and CRA have applied for 2 grants, so we're hoping that that comes through relatively soon, hopefully. These are just a few projects of ours. 2 of them happen to be affordable housing. The first is not. It's Deco Green. It's coming along very nicely. Up on Dixie Highway, it'll contain 125 residential units, both office and commercial. It's right next to the Mid. I also want to let everybody know that the Mid has 235 units. I might be off by a few. They have now dedicated 133 units to affordable housing. So
Really?
133 units in that building will be for people making 120% or below of area median income. Madison Terrace, our board has approved the first phase of this. It is a low-income housing tax credit project to be built at 821 South Dixie Highway. It's for seniors 55 and older, for people 80% or less of area median income. Just so everybody understands, that would mean a 1-bedroom would go for $1,600 and a 2-bedroom would go for $1,900. Not exactly
Right.
dirt cheap, right?
Not exactly affordable.
We also have Madison Terrace, who's trying to do a second phase, and we'll have them talk later to the commission. In the bottom, we have 2 projects that are right next to each other. One is a market rate unit that I think has 4 or 5 regular market rate units, and then right next to it on Ocean Breeze, there is a project that was redeveloped and rehabbed, and it has 3 units in there, and the CRA bought down those units, so those units are available for people making 80% or less of AMI.
For purchase.
No.
Rent.
The rental, yeah. Thank you. So we have 930 North G Street, that's Lake Worth Station. That's going to be for people, workforce. All of the units are workforce, so 140% or less of area median income. To give you an idea of what that is, a 1-bedroom is $2,800 and a 2-bedroom is $3,300. So not sure what workforce, but but those are the parameters we work with, right? So we have a lot of development in the district. Not all of this is CRA involved in. Many of them they are. We have Lola's coming to the corner of J and Lake, where Calero's used to be. And it's Todd English is the restaurateur. He's also an author and he's on TV. So we're really looking forward to that. We are told the grand opening for that will be in September. We also have a couple of really exciting infill projects on Dixie Highway. We have a law office coming to 702 South Dixie, and we have a new residential live-work project coming to 1432 North Dixie. Signage grants, this is one of the grants that we do every year, and this year it's really taken off. There's a lot of people, as you can imagine, who have businesses and don't want to spend $10,000 on a sign. We cover up to half of the cost, up to $5,000, and I think it really helps clean up the area quite a bit. Over to the side, you'll see a stat. Since 2022, we've awarded over 25 businesses grants within the CRA district. Here is another example of our facade and infrastructure improvement grants, and I draw you to the the left top, which is our leverage amount. So from 23-24 so far, we've awarded $366,000 in grants, but we've leveraged that with $2 million of private investment. So there's a number of properties here that are also along Dixie Highway cleaning up the corridor, and there's a few in the downtown as well. This is a collage. I'm going to just draw your attention to Adopt a Family up at the left. They're one of our housing partners. We were able to give them $50,000 for their homeless prevention program. And we were able to get that money because Lois Frankel gave us $750,000 towards our housing program. So we were very proud of that. Obviously, stopping homelessness before it happens. The lower slides are of our home buyers club and also individual deposit accounts. So we have home buyer clubs in English and Spanish throughout the year to try to get more people in the pipeline to buy homes, especially the ones that we're offering with our partners for usually 80% and below of AMI. We also have an individual development account, which matches some down payment. So for instance, if you make $120,000 and you have $2,000 to put down, we will match it. If you make less than 80% of AMI, we'll match it 2 to 1. So we'll put down $4,000. This is all grant money, by the way. And then in the middle, you'll see our veterans build. That was done by Habitat. We have 3 homes on C Street that were built by Habitat. All 3 of them went to veterans with a 30-year mortgage, 0% interest. Another collage of pictures. These are just some of the special community events that we've done. We did a helmet fitting with FDOT and TPA. We gave out things that having to do with bicycle safety. We gave out lights, we gave out reflectors, a couple other things. We also have the chair project, Adirondack Chair Project. We picked up a few today that maybe will be replaced pretty soon. For the most part, people are taking really nice care of them, so I'm really pleased about that. We also had the tree giveaway last month. We had a really big turnout for that. Thanks to the Rotary and Keep Palm Beach Beautiful, and also our Cultural Renaissance Foundation. There was no CRA money in that. And you'll just see other pictures of things that happens either at Hatch and some of our children's events. The big project everybody's hopefully talking about and looking forward to, WMODA. On the screen, there's a very, very, very initial rendering of the museum and the housing that would possibly be built if everything goes right and we get a term sheet and we come to both the CRA board and the commission for approval. Right now, we're working very, very diligently. We meet twice a week with city staff, WMODA staff, and our attorneys trying to put together a plan that addresses both the museum, how we get the residential downtown with not an excess of parking, but how we do create some parking, because remember, when L&M is built, all the public parking that is there goes away. Some more ribbon cuttings, grand openings. We were very thrilled to welcome Convivio Bookworks. We've worked with them for years now with the Day of the Dead. They do fantastic work. They're over just off of 10th Ave on G Street. Obviously, we have the Gulfstream Hotel. They're well underway doing a lot of their demo and moving forward on that project. We're very happy for that. Our Path to College at 1213, I'm happy to announce that that organization got another $500,000 from the state to build out the buildings. So there'll be furniture and different classrooms, et cetera. So we're looking forward to that. Next, this is just, again, grand openings, ribbon cuttings, and home dedications. Wanted to draw your attention to the picture on the lower right, not because it's me, but we were thrilled to have Ann Fairfax, Donna Kerner, Carla Blackson, and Mimi join us for Women's Build Day, where we went around in Tropical Ridge and painted, did fence work and landscaping free of charge to residents in the area who asked for our assistance. So there was a time period for a couple months beforehand where Habitat went out, asked people, if they would like to, perk up their home. They were able to bring together, I believe, a couple hundred women that day, and we worked all day and night. Some people worked on roofs. Others were more careful and did painting. So these are some of the homes that we've recently dedicated. 309 through 313, those were 3 homes that the land was donated by the CRA to the Community Land Trust, who is a fantastic partner of us. They build really, really nice things. All of those homes were for essential workers, and they will be building more. And I just want to also talk a little bit about the leverage for that. So the county put in some ARPA funds for that. There was also some federal money for that. And then, of course, there was our money in as much as the land. They also were able to receive some of the down payment assistance through community partners, which is something that we help fund as well. And over on the right, 302 North C, you'll see the three, I'm just going to call them the veterans homes, because they just happen to all go to veterans. Those were for sale also, 30 years mortgage, 0 interest for Habitat. And then the lower left are one of our other partners, community partners. They specialize in rental. So we were able to purchase this building, which was in really bad condition. They poured over $500,000 into it. It looks much better now, and it's serving people making 80% or less of area median income.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor, but I'm sure you want Joan to continue, but we are past 10 minutes.
Any motion to extend the time?
Sure.
All right, consensus to extend the time. Good.
Thank you, appreciate it. These are more lots that we've bought either for Community Land Trust, Habitat, or community partners. You'll see that there's actually 7 lots bought. Just want to let the commission know that when we're looking for properties, we're either looking for vacant land or we're looking for homes that cannot be rehabbed. I mean, we're talking asbestos, lead, termite damage. If there's a home that looks like a nice old cottage and it's been fixed up, we do not buy that. We let that go to the market. We're really focusing on cleaning up the homes that look really bad or putting brand new homes that are up to hurricane code in our neighborhoods. So what you see here is a total of 7 properties, which will lead us to probably close to 17 or 18 affordable units that will be created in the neighborhood. And you can see they're kind of spread out all through Tropical Ridge and Royal Point Sienna.
Joan, I noticed the one in the 500 block of South D Street's not up there. Did you give that to community partners, the one that we got from the county?
Yes.
Okay.
No, CLT. Sorry. I think we're done with this one. Thank you. 2 things that I thought were important to convey tonight. One was when we started this program, I had a lot of people, tell us that we weren't doing enough, we weren't having an impact in the area because everything was too spread out. Number 2, we were told that if it was too spread out, the homes that we were doing. The other thing that we were told was if you put affordable housing into our neighborhoods, you're going to bring down the values. Well, neither of those things have happened. And you can see from the left-hand side, the blue homes were all NSP homes that we were able to work on. The red homes are some of the newer homes we're able to work on. So there's definitely an impact on this particular block and many other blocks. And also the assessed value of homesteaded properties in this area specific to NSP went up over 20% from 2015. So you can see some of the nicer homes on the side that we did for larger families. Now kind of just the fun stuff. Lake Worth Arts on the top, you're going to see box wraps. We've redone a number of those on Dixie Highway and Lake and Lucerne, with artwork provided through the Artworks competition we had at Hatch. Christine Toussaint is coming to Hatch soon and having her unveiling there, and she'll have a number of days on the weekend and during the week where people can visit and look at her art. We also have our Call to Artist open for the community show. This is our 7th year doing it. Entries are due by August 1st, and the year's theme is Cottage Charm. Next, we have just a plethora of different ways that we try to market and advertise the city of Lake Worth Beach. We have posters, we have postcards, we have advertisements. We really try to make the city look really nice and make sure people understand all the wonderful things we have for them to enjoy here. We've also started working with Destination Palm Beaches, so we're also going to have some of our advertisements in travel magazines and also more information at the hotels that surround here so we can bring people into our downtown. CRA also budgeted a little over $200,000 this year, and we're hoping that we can join the city in doing a citywide marketing plan, which will also include some kind of green and clean campaign that the mayor has talked about. Day of the Dead, this fantastic event that we do. It's absolutely exhausting, but it has grown over the years, and we're thinking actually of trying to close the streets this year. Again, I know some people won't like that, but it's a really great time. Unfortunately for this year, as you know, cultural affairs in the state cut all of the funding, so we're starting out in the negative. But we always rely really heavily on people who know how great this is. And in past years, we've been able to raise close to $12,000 a year for this. So if you're listening and you would like to sponsor it, please let us know. We're already working on the bands. And last but not least, again, the thing that keeps us running is money. This shows you, not that you could read it, but it shows you from 2010 until now, the CRA has been able to bring in over $41 million of grant funds. And I am happy to announce that as of yesterday, we just found out we have another $850,000 from Lois Frankel from the community project funding.
Bravo.
So now we're up to 42 million and counting. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
That's all? And what do you do in your spare time?
You guys haven't been doing anything, have you?
Thank you very much. Yeah, Lois Frankel brings us a lot of money. Thank you very much. Okay, now, I'm looking at, the next thing is commission liaison reports.
No.
Oh, A and B, that's right, thank you. New business, support of an interlocal agreement with the Lake Worth Beach CRA for financial support of a project to be known as Pinnacle on 6th. And this is new business A.
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second for discussion?
Second.
Okay. Let's discuss.
I don't think I've seen it.
I'm going to start. Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm going to. Staff, is there going to be a presentation on this or just go with it? Okay, so please present.
Good evening, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. The applicant for the future project is here to give a presentation.
Folks, please
The request to
speak into the microphone.
the request to funnel the CRA money through the city was prepared myself, the DCS office, as well as the other one that you're going to hear tonight. So it's a fairly simple application. It's just supporting the city facilitating CRA money through our finance department to the developer for their LIHTC application, which has not been approved yet. They're getting ready to submit it. So it's a pretty simple request, and I don't know where the applicant is, but
If I could just,
Okay, I mean, I
Joan
have-
Oliva, CRA Director, I just wanted to say that our board, the CRA board approved this unanimously. It's a low-income housing tax credit project. There's a very slim chance of anybody in Palm Beach getting it, but we definitely would hope that we at least receive one, because there are two on your agenda tonight. Yes, this is a pass-through of money, but we do need the mayor to sign off on some of the verification papers, and that's why it's coming before you guys tonight. And so we have Tim Wheat here from Pinnacle Development, who's going to give you a brief PowerPoint presentation on Pinnacle on South. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, just, excuse me, real quick. When you do your presentation, can you make sure that you talk about the breakdown of the units
Oh, yes,
and the
absolutely.
AMI and all that? Because I
There's a
noticed it was,
slide.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
there is a slide there. Is there a clicker that I can run? Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tim Wheat. I'm a partner at Pinnacle Communities. We're proposing Pinnacle at 6th. And I just want to say Joan's presentation made me smile. This is my day job, but my volunteer work is I'm a founding board member of the Community Land Trust. So seeing all the fine work that CLT's done with the city of Lake Worth Beach and the CRA makes me happy. And hopefully in my day job, we can also have some interesting synergy for what we want to do here. So I'll be super brief because I know you have a long agenda. Pinnacle was founded in 1997 and we're based in Miami. I'm a native of West Palm Beach and my office is here in West Palm and I oversee all of our developments throughout Florida other than Miami-Dade County. And in addition to being on the CLT, I'm also on the Housing Leadership Council of Palm Beach County. So housing is my passion. And that's reflected in what we do at Pinnacle, because we have a passion for building the highest quality communities. And we've invested close to $2 billion or leveraged $2 billion of investment to develop over 10,000 units since our existence. Backwards. I just wanted to walk through some recent success stories, although we submitted a letter with a long list of all of our development portfolio, but our most recent development here in Palm Beach County, which is sort of at the scale and modeled a little bit about what we would propose to do at Pinnacle at 6th, is called Berkeley Landing in Riviera Beach, which we finished 2 months ago. And it is 112 units, 110 of which are affordable. And then we have 2 live-work lofts facing US 1, which the resident runs a business downstairs, and then above that they live and they have a private stairwell. So we've leased all of our units and we have 2 exciting young entrepreneurs that are operating our live-work spaces in the coming months. So it has a lot of things that Pinnacle values: art in public places, civic, open and public plazas, amenities, and storm secure improvements, and modern design that makes it indistinguishable from market rate communities. Another development has gotten a lot of regional and national publicity called Pinnacle 441 in Hollywood. It has really catalyzed the State Road 7 corridor since we opened it this year, and as we were constructing, other investors have been buying all along this corridor south of the Hard Rock Hotel because it had been disinvested for so many years. It's a 2-phase development. The first phase is 113 units, 110 of which are affordable, similar to what we're proposing at Pinnacle at 6th, with another phase of 100 units that will open in early 2025. You'll see the big open civic plaza with our signature art in public places in the center there, and it's already, along with this almost 8,000 square feet of commercial space along State Road 7, is really, as I said, helping to revitalize this corridor. So a quick summary of what we're proposing. We're targeting emergent families and workers at varying income tiers. The location is the 10 parcels that Dixie Capital Partners assembled on either side of South H Street, south of 6th Avenue South. Thus Pinnacle on 6th. And we really do want to make Pinnacle, the 6th Avenue portion of the property that faces 6th Avenue, work the same way we did with Berkeley Landing, looking at doing 1 or 2 live-work spaces, because we think that's a great way to encourage entrepreneurship along with affordable and workforce housing. So we're proposing 52 1-bedroom units and 38 2-bedroom units with meeting space, cyber lounge, fitness facilities, and the like, with highly durable improvements. We do solid surface countertops, hard surface floors, European style cabinets, the same things you would see in market rate communities. This is just a visual image of the assembled properties and kind of self-evident, and some of the existing conditions of the existing lots as they lay now on either side of South H Street. So let's focus on the rents and income levels, shall we? So we've done is we're doing an average of 60% of area median income, and I've provided the income limits for households are based on family size. So at the bottom of this slide, you'll see for a 2-person household what the income limit would be, and what the same for a 4-person household. But we have different income tiers, starting at 30% of the AMI level for people that are really entry-level workers and service sector workers, going all the way up to 70% of the area median income, and we break down those units between 1 and 2 bedroom by type. So at your highest income levels, and we have, this is what the resident would actually pay. We have, we're what we call doing net rent, which is we have to deduct for what we expect reasonably the utility costs and housing costs for the resident are. So the chart you see is based on the rent they actually pay us.
That does not include electricity, I mean, that does not include utilities, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So, sometimes you'll hear a total rent quoted in these income limit programs that might be quote gross rent. We actually want to show you what the rent is, the resident.
So that's not including water, garbage, cable, Wi-Fi, anything?
We will pay water, sewer, and garbage. The resident pays electric, cable.
So it is including those things that you just said?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Any further questions?
Do you have a one-person household limit?
Well, I can tell you the one-person household
I mean-
limit. For 60%, it's 45,000 a year.
Thank you.
So, let's see. This is a.
Can I just jump in real quickly? Sorry. On the paper that we got, it said 30, 60, 80,
That's
and
a-
on your
I
slide is 30,
apologize.
60,
I
70?
made a boo-boo. It's
Okay.
supposed to say 70.
It's supposed to say, I just wanted to have accurate information. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I sent a corrected chart this afternoon. I noticed my mistake as I was finalizing the PowerPoint. My sincere apologies for the error. So this is a highly conceptual sort of a massing study of how we would arrange the buildings, taking advantage of an alleyway to on the properties more east for ingress and egress, and on to H Street. Our main building would be the westernmost building, and how we might arrange the parking on the parcels as they're assembled. And again, highly conceptual, and I'm sure we'll be back before you more than once in terms of going through the development process. We're taking advantage of what we're able to do under the Live Local Act.
But Tim, just to be
Yes.
clear, and I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
I mean, I'm not
absolutely.
enforcing the lights right now, but that's, all right, go ahead.
but, well, mine's broken, I'm borrowing Commissioner.
Okay.
My voice. So I live literally kitty corner from here. I represent a lot of the people in the community, and I know you from Community Land Trust and all the work that you've done. But even though you're going through Live Local, you will be meeting with the community, you will be
Absolutely.
listening to community input, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want the people who are listening, because there's been a lot of, unfortunately, when we drop a sand piece in the, out there, some people get the wrong idea, and I want to make sure that everyone knows you are willing to listen to the community with 2 ears, and this is not something you're trying to just get approved and it's going to go up.
This is just the beginning of the process. I
Okay,
mean
and
the
there will be
beginning.
input.
This is like the beginning of the beginning. of
Not even the
process.
beginning, we're not even,
Yeah.
okay.
So I pledge to you and to folks here today and listening online that once we get through the next step and we see if we have a reasonable chance of being funded in this cycle, we will hold a community meeting, or at least one community meeting, if not more, as needed, to gauge community input. And because that actually, I have found in my experience in this industry, it makes our developments better. We get useful, constructive input. And what we're trying to do is do something here that's at an appropriate scale, but meet the target marketplace that we're trying to serve here. So I absolutely agree with you, and we will do that. So just a sampling of our typical in-unit amenities, and this is a fairly representative, fairly representative examples of existing products of ours. I mentioned some of the improvements that we take care to do, such as the hard surface countertops and floors. We like to do, high quality blinds, and at Berkeley Landing, we did the more expensive solar shades. And I imagine we'll do that here as well. And these buildings, we're likely to design them with a controlled access entry point into each building with interior corridors to promote safety and security, where a resident will need a fob or to be buzzed in to, like we did at Berkeley Landing, same design.
Okay, Ms. Malega has another question.
Again, how many stories are you proposing?
3.
Okay, I'm going to be the advocate for an elevator.
Absolutely.
It's Florida, and I look at 30% AMI, and the first thing I think about are retirees, disability, and veterans. And I want our residents to be able to have access. And so in your foregoing plans, just remember that even, we want to make this project the best. To me, an elevator is a must on anything with more than 2 floors.
At least one.
Yeah. No.
Not for
No.
3 floors.
No,
No.
that's why
That's why
I'm
Above
bringing,
3, you need it.
yeah, so please, in your pro forma.
You're speaking our language.
An elevator is, to me, is something that I know that we need, especially looking at this AMI.
And I suggest 2, because when one breaks down, those people can't get back up.
And
Yes.
Mr.
thank you.
McVoy?
I did put the light on. I hear the request. It's not a totally unreasonable request. I also hear cha-ching. Elevators are very pricey. And you have multiple buildings, so one elevator would not serve the whole place.
That's correct.
So you're looking at multiple elevators if you want to go that route. I would encourage you to, when you come back, give us option with and without. Obviously, if you can get the financing, certainly. I don't want to schlep stuff up 3 floors either. You know, if people can avoid it. It is hot here, all those things are reasonable, but you're trying to thread a lot of needles and bring us options so that, or at some early stage, what are we looking at? Can you make this work?
Right.
Thank you.
I appreciate the input, truly. In terms of our typical common amenities, we're a big fan of common area spaces, exercise, recreation, Wi-Fi access. We try to do different fun things at different developments. One of the things I've toyed with the idea here of having a rooftop amenity, because I think that'll have a nice urban vibe to it on one of the buildings. And I think, you'll see us have a mix of cyber lounge, common area meeting spaces that would be available to the community at large anytime they would like to use it. Fitness and, multi-purpose space. That's what we focus on. So I'll wrap up. I appreciate the opportunity to present. Hope I didn't take too long on your busy agenda, and happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. May?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I have questions of mine, and then I have questions from the community that I've gotten
Yes.
many emails from. The elevator question was the first one I was going to have regarding the 3 floors, or I also read possibly 4. So the other thing I wanted to ask, though, as a teacher, one of the things that I worry about is students not having access to Wi-Fi. Is there going to be Wi-Fi available?
There'll be Wi-Fi in the common areas. that they
Just
can
in the
use.
common
No,
areas?
so we contract with providers that do managed Wi-Fi services in our units.
Okay.
They would pay, but we try to use aggressive buying power. We work with companies, not your typical legacy provider, so we can provide the highest speed for the lowest cost.
Okay.
For example, in Pinnacle 441, we're doing 300 megabits or MBS of Wi-Fi access for $49.99 a month, which
Okay.
is below the marketplace. So
Okay.
we marshal our buying power and we're able to sell to the residents, but
Okay, that was just something I just thought of when I was looking here. Also, is there going to be any, who cleans the common areas, stuff like that?
yeah, there'll be on-site maintenance.
There's on-site at
management
all
team.
times. Is there any?
At least one member of the property management team will live on-site.
Okay,
And we will have a maintenance person and a porter who's constantly cleaning the common areas, both interior and exterior, on a daily basis, including on weekends.
okay. And then the other question is, this is coming from questions I've received from the community. The fear is adding more of, well, this is pretty low-income housing to an area that's already blighted. Can you explain how that is not a negative and how it could possibly be a positive? How do you justify or argue against that argument?
First, I just thought of something I wanted to mention during my presentation. Could I say it? I have a passion for transitioning renters to homeowners. And you see that in my volunteer work with the Land Trust. One of the things we do at Pinnacle, and other people in the industry do it too, we don't claim sole ownership, but we've done it very aggressively, is that we rebate 5% of the rent paid during a resident's term of tenancy for down payment assistance. So if a resident lives in our development for, say, 2 years, and they might get 5% back, might be $2,000-3,000 a month, You could pair it up with the down payment assistance that the CRA does, and someone can purchase a first-time home here in Lake Worth Beach. But to answer your question, my experience in this business has been this, is that we often work in areas that are distressed and disinvested. The example I gave during my presentation, Pinnacle 441, if anyone is familiar with south of the Hard Rock, driving towards the Miami-Dade Broward line, that area has not seen much investment at all in years. Our development now has caused a surge of buying properties and people fixing their properties up, and the city is seeing more and more petitions for potential new developments of all kinds. One of the founding things about Pinnacle, which is interesting, my partners, when they founded the company, the first development they did was north of downtown in Miami, and the location that they built our first project called Pinnacle View, everyone said, you guys are crazy, that area hasn't seen anything new and it's run down and it'd be an awful investment. And then they did it, and then it begat another building and more, and this area is called Wynwood. And back in the late 90s and early 2000s, Wynwood wasn't the Wynwood of today. So I would argue that we are often the first capital in. This is a $38 million investment. You're $75,000, if you are kind enough to agree to this interlocal agreement. We'll leverage for that, every dollar of city money, $480 of private investment. That private investment will leverage more private investment. And I know from this conversation tonight, you're going to hold us to the highest standards of quality development. So I would argue that we'll be a benefit to the community and will help kickstart revitalization on this South US 1 corridor.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
I have some concerns. When I first met with Mr. Gianola a couple years ago, when we were starting the assembly process, and we agreed that we would give him we'd do the land swap, what he told me he was going to do was a mixed-use project. To me, that was very exciting because 6th Avenue South is a gateway to the city, and I think a message to the world as they come into 6th Avenue South off of the highway is not just a lot of residential, but expanding the commercial of that area, which is very limited and marginal at best. So I have a problem with the fact that that was what, we were talking about, and now we're coming, and I understand completely, as well as anyone, that we, the balance between affordable housing and other, but it's not, and we are desperate for affordable housing, and this is affordable housing. But I believe also that we have to keep a balance between the affordable housing and an opportunity that we have here on one of the major thoroughfares of our city to send a message to the world that business is alive in Lake Worth, and here it is. So I do have a problem with the fact that it is just now completely changed in terms of it's, affordable housing, no commercial, no office space, not what we had talked about. And I'm a little annoyed by that, actually, because that was the spirit that I was, when I met with him a couple times years ago, that was the spirit of what he was going to be doing. And now, and I have nothing against affordable housing, God knows. But I also think that at some point we have to say, why you do market rate projects, correct?
Yes.
And we have the mid up on Dixie Highway, which has a commercial component to it. It's partial. We just heard there's going to be. Excuse me. You just said that who was going to have the 133?
That's the mid, yes.
That's the mid. So did they voluntarily transfer that into?
I don't know exactly how it happened, but I do know that they let us know.
Okay, but it didn't start out that way. No. Okay. So we have, we're working on affordable housing, but I really think that this might be a lost opportunity. And I've heard a lot from if you talk about neighborhood meetings, I have heard many, many emails and phone calls and texts and messages about this from the neighbors from the area. And they have some concerns. We all need affordable housing, and I'm not going to repeat myself, but I think that this project is, although it's a worthy project, I think it's not exactly what we need in that area. So in terms of support, if you could come to me with a market, with some workforce housing, with some affordable housing component and retail component, I would be much more inclined to agree with this. That's how I feel. Mr. McVoy?
Thank you. Couple questions. Sure. As I look at your pictures of other places that you've done, would you say that it is fair for the average person looking at either the outside or the inside and not being told what they're looking at, would they be able to distinguish and tell that this was an affordable housing project versus a market rate one?
My answer would be that I think our products are indistinguishable from market rate housing.
And, you know, from what I see of the pictures, that's my sense too. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if I can ask you to reserve me a spot there, but.
Pinnacle 441, we held a lottery because the demand was so great.
Right.
In 10 days, 21,000 people registered for 113 affordable units.
Right. So there's not really a need for affordable housing. That's my sarcasm hat going on.
Understood.
When we talk about workforce housing, and we know that it's based on AMI, my understanding, and somebody correct me if I'm off, right now AMI for Palm Beach County is 104,000 per year.
That is correct.
So, and what is the percentage for workforce? It's higher than that number. It's what?
Family of four at 120% of area median income is 128,520.
Right. So that's nice to talk about workforce housing and essentially totally irrelevant to Lake Worth. It's just not, you know, I think I would venture to guess that part of the reason the mid is switching over to include affordable is that they found a way to get funding for it, and they were having a bit of a time getting it rented at market rates because there are difficulties with that. So I think what you're doing makes a whole lot of sense. I know that I've received lots of concerns from that part of town that say, well, you know, it might be bringing in the wrong sort of folks and this, that, and the other. The income levels that you're bringing are not scraping the bottom by any means. They're still 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, which is still on the high end for Lake Worth residents. But so I don't think we're, you know, the sky is not falling in terms of what, as we've agreed, the exteriors and the interiors certainly don't have a look of concern about them. I did a little research around, and Pinnacle, which I didn't know anything about one way or the other, has a very good reputation. And so I hear the concern about adding retail to the bottom. I hear also the concern, move it up to a higher income level, make it workforce. I would be adamantly opposed to the moving it up to workforce. It sounds like a good thing. It doesn't fit our needs. What you're doing is much more something that fits our needs and doesn't seem to have much in the way of downsides. I'm agnostic on the retail part, but one of the things as I read about urban planning and things is that there's a concern that the model of putting retail below, in many ways, is a good idea. It doesn't always seem to be working. I don't know, do you happen to know whether the mid has filled out? For a long time, it was not full. And one of the concerns is how easily can people get into it if it's retail parking? So my interest in this project is creating housing that works, that does not create problems in the community, which I don't see any reason to believe this would. And you, I'm sure, have constraints on what you can do financially. It might be nice to have retail if it can't be funded because of restrictions on the various forms of funding, or if it just doesn't seem to financially work based on your market knowledge. I don't think we should be pushing for something that's not realistic. Usually, business things, if people see a business opportunity, they will see that and they'll go for it. And that will happen naturally, like you've mentioned. You've put in some buildings elsewhere, and boom, all sorts of other things start coming after it. I think our wise move here is to support what you're proposing, cross our fingers that you get the funding, and see whether that doesn't lure in some other things around that area anyhow. That's my 2 cents. Thank you for your efforts on this.
Ms. Malago?
Thank you. I hear exactly what the mayor's saying, because I met with that gentleman many, many, many times, and I think I'm one of the ones who made the motions for the land swaps. So, but the truth in the matter is, times have changed since we started those conversations. The pictures that you show don't even show a glimpse of how bad those properties in the area around there. Some of those are my highest code violators that I'm continuously bothering. William's shaking his head because I continuously bothering. And again, I grew up financially challenged. I'm all about mixed opportunity. I have gone through your projects, and I have seen that you've done some mixed levels of income. And even though, I'm just going to put it out there because I know that Mr. Waters was probably going to say this, if you're going live local, this project's not even going to come before us. So virtually, you could look at us and be like, yeah, good luck, people, but that's not who you are, right? So I too would love to see commercial, because the only way you change the economy is job creation, is opportunity. So to me, when you talked about work, live, space, loft, I got excited about that, because I'm thinking of the person who owns a small business and what we've already done up and down Lake and Lucerne with the lofts, and we have store frontages, but they're not your normal store frontage. They're not a party store, they're a convenience store for people who live in Florida. I have hopes, and that's why I'm standing here saying that I still support this project, and I know, because I know your integrity, that you're going to listen to everything that's being said, because you are a good community partner, and you're going to continue to see us at ribbon cuttings, and for crying out loud, we just got CLT, a piece of land from the county that they wouldn't give up. So I know that you're good at working with the community. And I too have gotten all the emails, and my phone rang all weekend about people, this is your community, you need to stand up. And I'm like, I am standing up. But again, when we talk 30% AMI, I'm not thinking of somebody from the way I grew up. I'm thinking of the veterans, the disability. I know somebody who waited 3.5 years to get into the towers. 3.5 years. And it's a need that we have for our seniors. It's
Well, Madison Terrace is going to address that need.
understand, but that's not going to fix it all. So again, if we could go and include some workforce housing, if you could include some market rate, it's only going to benefit you guys in the long run, right? But it brings up the spirit of the community. It brings up the level of pride. And my pastor has a saying, you shouldn't be the smartest person at the table, and show me your friends, show me your future. If you surround people with people who elevate you, it does trickle down. So just keep all that in your mind. And I know that you're a man of integrity, you're listening to us. But again, at the end of the day, if it's live local, we also know that we're not going to be approving it. It's not going to be a planned development. So I want the community to understand that.
And I don't think that they understand what that means. Could you talk about that for a minute?
Again, I'm William Waters. This is a statutory change that was put in place last year that was to help facilitate.
We don't do statutes.
By the Florida Statute Legislature, and Governor DeSantis signed it, and there have been some minor changes to it this year, that facilitated entitlements for projects that had at least 40% of the units being affordable or workforce housing to go through a process where they could all be approved administratively, predicated that the project would come in, met all zoning requirements of the said municipality where it's located. It also provided that projects that may require additional approvals, such as conditional land uses or bonuses or incentives for height, the highest height allowed in the city based on distance from the project could be approved administratively. So in Lake Forest Beach, much of it is based on 6 stories or 65 feet and a unit count of up to 46 units, of which 6 of those have to meet our affordable housing program. We have right now, if I count all the ones that we've conceptually seen some kind of design for, over 1,000 units scattered all over the city of developers wanting to do live local projects. We are just writing the approval for the very first one on South Federal Highway for 12 units. There's a project that might be over 400 in the Parker Commerce, another one in the Parker Commerce for 375. One north of Lake Worth Road, it could be anywhere from 96 to almost 200 units. There's this one as a possibility of 90 units. There's one on North Dixie Highway that someone's looking at. I think he's got 18. So, the question, we're getting affordable or workforce housing interest across the entire city. and it's not a small number of units. I think we have more units in action in some way than the entire unincorporated county. And we're 7 square miles.
We are well known for the work that we do, but I do agree with Ms. Maleg in terms of the mix of workforce, lower, just so that it's not just one level that we do, and I love the idea of the work lofts thing. My concern is that if your stated plan is to do it the way you're doing it, then, and all the input, and that's not an area that has a lot of 400 feet radius people, which is the radius for that, right? So my concern is that the voices of the people that do live in the area, I live in the area as well, I'm a few blocks away, that once it's set into motion, there'll be no changing it. That's my concern, because the kind of input that you're going to get from citizens is not going to be from the people directly around it, but from people that are affected, that go past 6th Avenue South every day, that live near 6th Avenue South, that this is going to affect them. So, if we approve this and you get the money and, then we're approving the project. My question, are we then approving the project as proposed with only that level of income? Or is it changeable?
Let me try to answer the best way I can. What I wanted, my goal here tonight is to give you some certainty that what I'm proposing is what we're going to apply for to Florida Housing. The dynamics of the development as it evolves could include a lot of things. I've gotten a lot of input from all of you tonight. One is elevators. So we might look at 4-story buildings if that's not considered objectionable to 3, because then we get gain some efficiencies. All right. The inherent, we've come up with a concept that's based on what's allowed by right under Live Local, as
Right.
Mr. Waters pointed out, for the purposes of our application. But there's certain inherent inefficiencies in this that we would want to overcome. He's pointed out rightfully, if you're going to go down that road, you're probably going to be a PUD. I would say a planned unit development, I'm sorry.
But for the record, we don't have those. We have planned developments, planned residential developments, just so people don't get confused when they expecting the PUD to come along. I also wanted to correct, with the Live Local, you still have to meet all the requirements of the code. And of a project like this, the developers neighborhood meeting, which includes a notice to all the neighborhood associations within that 400 square feet, 400 linear feet, does have to happen. So the public is not completely out of a loop. It's just the affected party status and being able to have standing in court to file a grievance or some kind of complaint or appeal on the project was circumvented by the state legislature through the legislation that Governor Sanchez signed.
Thank you, but if it changes from this level that you're looking at to some market, some work, that would not be, that would mean that you could not apply for this funding, is that correct?
No, that's not.
That's not correct. Okay, so you still could.
But that would be units in addition to and above the 90 we propose at this varying affordable income tiers.
Okay.
Yes.
You'd be willing to do that?
My father always told me under promise, over deliver.
Right.
So
Okay.
all I'm promising tonight is listening and saying that we're going to do what is proposed in our package, but we're certainly hearing the concerns of the commission. And
Yeah.
one of the things, and it would be in our interest, as you said, if we can make the economics work to look at some units at market rate. And one of the inherent limitations about this as a commercial site is that, we're not really on a commercial corridor per se, except for that little part
Well,
of the
6th Avenue
property.
South is-
But it's a
But there's
small
no
slice
parking.
of 6th Avenue South.
It's a
okay?
few hundred feet.
All right,
Yeah, but
but
It's 135.
Right, thank you.
it's a relatively small, that's where I'm thinking some live work, ground floor commercial or office, retail, live above, those inherently would be market rate units. So that's the kind of programming, once we start a dynamic process, if we're awarded funding, we would work with you and stakeholders on it.
So this would ultimately come back to us for approval?
It all depends on whether the choice is whether Live Local allows 60% of a project to be something other than residential. And so the only way, I went over all the options with Jim and it got pretty complicated. The only way it would come back before you with 2 hearings is if it's a planned development. There are a lot of options that would sit with just the Planning and Zoning Board, and there are several options other than this that would actually meet Live Local.
We're at the beginning of the beginning, and as Mr. Waters has pointed out, there are a lot of variables, not all of which I understand, but
Ms.
Madam
May?
Mayor,
Yes?
Commissioner Diaz has had his hand raised for quite a while,
Well, we can't see him on the screen, so thank
which
you
is
for,
why I'm
thank you. Mr. Diaz. And then Ms.
Thank
May.
you. I'll draw my camera hand. A lot of comments were made, a lot of really good comments were made, so I don't want to just repeat a lot of what was said, but a couple of things. One thing I do want to repeat, and it's something that Vice Mayor Malega pointed out, and that Pinnacle has a really good reputation, and you specifically are a really good community, partner and player. And so I'm just going to put out there, I suspect as you go out into these community meetings, you're going to have a fair bit of criticism, especially after what I just heard in this presentation. Luckily I understand developers, you guys have thick skin, so I know you can take it. But some things really stand out to me, and that is, I've also obviously heard the same comments and emails and concerns from the community. When I hear affordable and then workforce housing, there's always this notion that I get a little bit frustrated where it seems like there's a bit of a moving goalpost, and that, like earlier in Joan's presentation, he talked about a $1,600 rent on a single bedroom for, I think it was like 60% AMI or whatever. That's a tight, realistically, that's a tight squeeze for people in that situation. And so I feel like the definitions of affordable and workforce are not as clear as it has been in years past. So there's that concern that I have. But the other thing that really sticks out to me, and when we did the land swap, when we first started talking about this project, the thing that I was really excited about was mixed use, because I haven't been shy. I'm a big fan of mixed use buildings. I think Commissioner McVoy pointed out that there has been some things written that mixed use buildings in other places in the US and maybe in Florida specifically, sometimes they struggle a little bit, but I do feel they have a strong future in our community, especially because they're successful throughout the vast majority of the world, quite frankly. They're really efficient use of space. They're a means that you, developer, can make a good amount of revenue and money off of that retail space on the bottom, and perhaps even do more for affordability and what you can offer on the upstairs. But it doesn't really seem like I know you're choosing your words carefully, so I don't want to, I'm also not trying to put you in that corner or whatever, but it doesn't seem like you're very amenable to that right now. But I also want it to be cleared up, and maybe, William, you can explain this, is what is on the table right now. This isn't the public hearing. I love talking about the high level, the potential of what could go here, but that's not what this meeting is. This isn't the public hearing. This isn't the community meetings. You're amenable to some changes, it seems like, on what you're proposing. But in terms of, if we approve this now, you're going to take it, you're going to apply for whatever monies are available with what you're showing us right now, which excludes commercial, which excludes any flexibility on the unit mix and all that. So I just kind of want to know, or more specifically, make it clear for everyone who's potentially listening, the people who are sending us these emails, that what may or may not be approved today is not necessarily going to result in this being the final project, if you will, the ribbon cutting.
Thank you. Do all you, in the picture that you showed, the apartment had a balcony. Do all the apartments have balconies?
we tend to vary. We don't always put balconies on 100% of apartments. What we like to do is mix them in to create some architectural variety. But balconies is certainly something we typically discuss and try to put at feature points of the building to give it some architectural fenestration.
And it's also a wonderful amenity for the
Yes.
people inside.
Yes.
Mr., you have a final comment? Oh, you took your light off.
I just have one quick question about parking. Can you talk about parking?
Thank you.
Right now, we're following, again, the regulations that apply here and looking at about 1 space per unit, along with some on-street parking along H Street and the adjoining streets.
What about
The
visitors
8th
parking?
Street, or the H Street parking, you're including that as your parking for your building?
Yes.
It's a
Sort of
public
clarify
street.
that.
I under,
The LDRs allow for the street parking that's adjacent to your project to count toward the on-site parking requirements. It is not for the exclusive use of the property owner. The
no,
assump-
I understand that, it
Okay.
can be, but they are counting it as
Yes,
part
our
of the
code
parking.
has that, and it's been
What
that.
about guest parking? So if I wanted to go over and hang out with my
You
friend
could
there,
park on
where
the
would I
street.
park?
So there's no spots. The other thing is one of the problems with the mid is there's
That's
not
what
enough
I'm
parking
getting
and
at.
people are parking all over the place.
I don't want to get into sidetrack, but part of the problem with the mid, and I'll give you the example of how I received the phone call. A gentleman rented an apartment for his aged mother, his disabled son, and his daughter who worked. So they already wanted 3 parking spaces. They had to pay for the other 2, which they did not want to do. So her car got booed, the young lady. She ended up losing her car because it was towed. And then she couldn't afford to get to work because she couldn't get to work on time because of Uber. And they were complaining that there was no place for the home help aide to park. He finally admitted we rented in the wrong place. It is a factor of project management and informing the tenants maybe better that this is how it works. And maybe you shouldn't live here if you want to have 6 parking spaces across 4 people in a 2-bedroom apartment. We only have 1.5 spaces allocated to you. And I appreciate that there's concerns, but I have funneled all those questions to Jeff and Nicholas. You have got a apartment complex management problem that is causing angst for the neighborhood, and how the tenants are being encouraged to facilitate their life standards in the mid. And hopefully it will get better, but that was just one example that I'm just like, you rented the wrong apartment, and I'm really sorry, but I really can't help you with that.
Which is a pretty extreme example. But I mean, can there not be dedicated guest parking spots in the parking lot?
There may be, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna put, you can't stop on 6th Avenue, so if you're
Right.
gonna put a couple shops in the front anyway, they have to park somewhere.
Yes, and they would park on H or 7th.
Right. Okay, I'm getting in the
We've
weeds.
got a
I
first
I
and a second.
apologize. I just, these
we
are the
call the
questions.
vote?
If I don't, well, we have a lot of people to listen to.
And I've had my light
Sorry.
on for a very long
All
time.
right, quickly, please, it's now 7:30. Let's keep moving.
I just want to say that my position on this is I have very high confidence that you've been doing this for a while, that you have a lot of professional knowledge of markets, both market rate and nonprofit, that you've done a good deal of research on the funding possibilities and constraints, that you've figured out, beats me how, but to make things that look at least as nice as the Mid or the Bohemian and with as many amenities, and do it at rates that fit with our community. I'm willing to do at least a small bet that the situation that Joan and William referred to, that we have all sorts of people showing up with an interest in using, and I can't remember the initials, but the thing that came out of Tallahassee, LH, blah, 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 that one. I'm willing to bet that not all of those people have the professional background, the expertise, or the intention to create as nice an end product as you're doing. Some of them will be a certain amount of opportunistic of trying to take advantage of this change in the state law. I would say for a location as prominent as this is at the corner of Dixie and 6th, we would be foolish not to go with you while we have the opportunity. And I think I'm willing to bet that that you will hear what we've heard. I'm with the Vice Mayor on that you seem like a listening type. If you can do it and make it work, and still provide the service to the community that's clearly needed. You had, I forget what you said, 2,000 applicants for 100, it was crazy. And we've heard that from all forms of folks that work on housing in Palm Beach County. So I would say, let's vote for this, more power to you. Have confidence that this is going to be quite an addition to our community in a very positive way, not just for the folks that live in it. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malega, did you call the question?
I did, but do we have public comment for this one?
Yeah.
Oh, and then
And Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, Commissioner Diaz's hand is up again.
Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. It looks like we're going to start hearing from the public tonight, which is really great. And I'm looking forward to the developer doing that and in future meetings, because I think something that will stand out that may have been missed along the way, because a comment was made that this corner isn't very commercial appropriate. And I disagree with that, because I live 3 blocks away, and something that isn't being looked or may not being considered, and why I think many people in the community see such a gold mine or a potential huge opportunity on this corner, is that there's a tremendous amount of people who are walking to, the Dunkin' and that little commercial strip next door, and all those little shops there. There's a tremendous amount of people walking, which with the right businesses in a retail, base floor, I think that's a really big opportunity that really should be considered.
Thank you. We have public comment, Mr. Segrich, and then up Mr. Richter.
Anthony Segrich, 601 South Palm Way. Mayor, Commissioners. As Mr. Waters keenly pointed out, that this is going to be a live local project.
No.
They would be required
No.
to conduct a neighborhood meeting, but as a live local project, there really are no interested or affected parties.
It's not a live local project.
This is from Mr. Waters in an email sent to you. So already we have staff telling us that this is going to be a live local project, and that even though they're going to have a public meeting, our voices aren't going to count. So why I'm here tonight is about leverage. The only leverage this commission has on this project, if they choose to do live local, is this funding. So why give them the funding while we still have concerns as a community? What I'm asking the commission to do is hold off. Don't vote yes for this funding. Vote for it after we've had community participation, after the community has given their input directly to the developers, after we've seen some plans, after we've seen them, maybe give some concessions, like an elevator, like retail, like mixed rate rentals. But right now, if you guys vote to give this money, you are voting to silence the public's only chance at leverage. Mr. McVoy, you say you're betting on it. I'm a betting man, but I'm not going to bet on this. And we didn't elect you guys to make bets. We elected you to represent us. And in this case, the only good chance for you to represent the public is for you to vote no for this funding right now. I have no doubt that Pinnacle is a great company. They do great projects. We were excited to have someone like them come into the area. However, it was presented to us as a 5-story mixed-use development. It was presented that way in exchange for a $0 land swap that made Dixie Capital instantly a lot of equity in terms of real estate. As a commercial real estate broker, I can tell you the value of assemblage on that corner is humongous. So the last thing I'll say to you guys is, this isn't the only belle of the ball.
That's time.
Developers are coming to our city, and we will have other opportunities. Please do not give our leverage away.
Thank you. Mr. Richter?
Good evening, Greg Richter, 1202 South Palm Way. I'm just up here, basically, please do not fund this thing tonight. Give the community a chance for the opportunity. Please read the emails that were sent to the mayor about this being a live local project, that if we have, yes, Madam Mayor, you've received emails from for Mr. Waters
not-
there on this.
please.
Oh, okay, okay. So please look at this, because once you vote on this, guys, he can promise all he wants up here at the dais. The horses left the barn, the community has no input. I attended a meeting in July last year and saw a presentation made by the CRA about this being a 5-story combination, affordable marketplace facility with a swimming pool with commercial retail on South Dixie. We're all excited about this. You add that to what we're doing with the senior living down the street, we're finally getting some good quality development on South Dixie. This is not the way to go. Please don't vote till the community has some input on this. Because right now, once you vote, it's irregardless. They can do whatever they want.
Thank you. Ms. Maliga?
Thank you. I do have one question. I don't know if this is for Joan or Tim, but I'm looking on Papa, and we own 706 South H and 710 South H. Is that correct? Because I'm hearing the concerns of the community, and out of this entire project, first of all, it's not on Dixie Highway anywhere.
Right.
It's on 6th Avenue. There's one parcel that's on the corner of South H and 6th Avenue South that could potentially be some kind of commercial. Potentially. That's one of the plots. But we also own, there's 2 vacant lots to the south
That's
of
where the
702.
substation or.
Is that where, okay, that's what I'm,
Substation's
okay.
going.
So on both of those is the substation. And then the one that's on the opposite side that we don't own is the one facing Dixie Highway. We do not own that.
No,
It's vacant land that has nothing to do with this
No, there's a
project.
little shopping plaza there. That's
No,
not
no,
that-
there's a vacant, on the next block, there's an empty piece of land. That is, regardless, we, as a city, do not own it. It's not part of this future project, which is no Dixie frontage. So I want everyone to be very clear, there's no Dixie frontage for this project. The only thing that could be taken out of the equation for potential commercial property is the one that faces 6th Avenue, which is at the corner of South H. I don't know which, I think that's 615, I think it is. I'm guessing right now. I don't know how much of the project that is. I don't know how much of the land that is, but I'm hearing the concerns, and I just wanted to address that, because when you look at Papa, it looks like we have all this land, and all this land is part of the project, and it's not. So there is nothing on Dixie Highway for us to talk about or address. I will tell you, the Dunkin' Donuts is a disaster when it comes to getting in and out of there, and whoever approved that project, I'm not going to start because we weren't on the dais, but it is a nightmare getting in and out of there and around that corner. So I'm thinking safety. Yes, we do have that corner, and I would love commercial there. Again, we talked about it. But knowing the confines of Live Local, I mean, it's 75, you basically just are asking for support tonight, correct? And Tim applying for, not meaning he's going to get it, the housing credits.
So is this a Live Local project? As it's been produced, as it's been
The
promoted?
site plan that was shown in his presentation and the zoning verification letter that I was asked to sign was for a Live Local project. That does not mean it will necessarily be a Live Local project. It could be a number of other permutations, mutations, because the site has the same zoning that Deco Green has. That could come back through TDRs and the size that it's 2 acres and have as many as like almost 75 units an acre and be 7 stories tall as a planned development.
Could he still apply for the low-income housing tax credit without it being a Live Local project?
Yes.
Then can we change the name of that language so it's not a Live Local project any longer, and it's just applying for the low-income house tax credits, and we're supporting that and taking it out of the Live Local program? Because that is the fear that I'm hearing in the community, is that there's no control from this board on what goes there. So if that's the only language and it's really not going to be that project, to me, if it's a simple change of language in a letter, I mean, am I wrong?
We're looking at,
That would have to cover with Mr. Wheat. Is it Wheat? Tim Wheat?
He's right, he's right.
Because I'm looking.
he's still here.
Because the zoning, the letter that was signed is verifying that the zoning is in place to do the project as anticipated. And the project as anticipated And that site plan can only be done as a live local project. The zoning is not in place necessarily for something like it. If live local didn't exist, it would be a conditional land use and a sustainable bonus program going through the planning and zoning board. And it would have to, the actual zoning, that letter could be verification could be rewritten. I could approach it as a major site plan, sustainable bonus, conditional land use that would
He's shaking his head no.
facilitate, but it wouldn't, pardon?
He's shaking his head no. So I guess that's a no.
William, Madam Mayor, if I may, one question. William,
oh.
what is the underlying zoning?
Mixed use Dixie Highway.
Okay.
So it could be like the mid.
It could, yes. It could be far bigger than the mid, because the
Right.
mid came by before we had TDRs and the affordable housing program.
Right. Your mic may not be on. There you go. Oh, was
Oh,
on.
it was on, okay. We are applying to do 90 units. At the time of application, Florida Housing requires you to prove that zoning is in place sufficient to build what you're applying to do.
Right.
That's it. There's a zoning verification form that Mr. Waters signed that we tuck in our file, and if we win, we have to produce that form. Okay, and it has to have been signed before the application deadline. That does not, it's just zoning. It does not mean that we can't take any number of pathways to achieve a development order or development approval or whatever form of approval that you grant, whether through the planning and zoning board or as the city commission. It's just verifying zoning density.
Okay, I have, and I'm sure we're going to hear more public comments through the letters to the clerk. I do have a concern that this is an important project and that folks in the community, not necessarily within the 400 feet, are looking for a voice. And I'm concerned with Mr. Richter pointed out and Mr. Savory that once, once this goes into action, then we lose any opportunity to really materially affect the project. So I'm wondering, and there's, like I said, we've gotten lots and lots of calls about this. And this is a major project for our downtown, for our, it's actually downtown. What about having some public hearings before and have it come back to a vote? So at least the folks that are concerned do have an opportunity, come back in a month, have meetings with the local.
Right, our application deadline is Thursday.
The application deadline is Thursday. That's news to us.
I didn't know that.
No, we didn't know that.
I'm sorry.
We didn't know that. Madam Clerk, are there letters? Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have quite a few public comment on this item.
And there, I read through most of the public comments before I came to the meeting. Many of them are verbatim, the same letter.
Okay, to me, they look different.
Okay.
Okay, the first comment is from Daryl and Sherry Cornut, 1315 South Palmway. I just wanted to quickly state that my wife and I are opposed to this project that now does not include any mixed development, market rate residences, or Class A retail space that is desperately needed in this area. This area is already saturated with low income, affordable, halfway houses in Section 8, etc. Without the divergent developments, this project will not benefit anyone. I think this needs to be put on hold until the right balance can be achieved, if it can, or it needs to be scrapped. Also, just for the record, we are all struggling to keep up with the affordability of housing, even those of us who own our homes. Taxes, insurance, inflation, etc. impacts everyone. There are people today having to sell their homes because they can no longer afford the payments. Every time a rate goes up, fees or taxes get added. It has a direct impact on all of us. I just feel that gets lost in the discussion when people talk about affordable housing. The next comment is from, sorry, I'm doing two timings, is from Cheryl Spearling, 915 North M Street. Dear Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager, I will start by saying that I am not against affordable or low-income housing. In order for our city to be healthy and vibrant, it needs a carefully maintained mix of people from all socioeconomic backgrounds. It needs opportunities and services for all. However, studies have shown that concentrating low-income housing in one area is never the answer and has actually had a negative effect on the community and its residents. This is where the stigma and stereotype come from, with sayings like the other side of the tracks. In 2023, the CRA presented a proposed project plan to bring a market rate residential project to this area. The project included a strong Class A retail component as well. Later in September of 2023, the city entered into a $0 land swap deal with Dixie Capital to make this project happen. A deal that actually costs the city money to move the power station and simultaneously greatly enrich Dixie Capital in the form of land assemblage. As a commercial real estate agent, I know that the land assemblage creates the highest multiples of value for investors. Two lots not next to each other that are worth $350,000 each separately can be worth over $1 to $2 million combined into one contiguous parcel. This is exactly what the city did for Dixie Capital with this deal. Today you have before you a project that breaches this promise. Please keep to the original spirit of this deal and do not waste the opportunity to bring a transformative project to this area. This area of Lake Worth Beach is fastly becoming the other side of the tracks. We need the transformative mixed market rate residential with strong Class A retail that was promised. We need the project the city was promised under the $0 land swap deal. These retail spaces would bring in, okay, that's it for that. The next comment is from Michael Heller, 616 South K Street. Honorable Mayor and Commissioner, please do all you can this evening to ensure this project benefits the south side of our city, one of our most struggling neighborhoods, through a healthy mix of mixed income housing and mixed uses. My family has been investing and working hard to make the 6th Avenue corridor our home and to support a more prosperous city for all. Please do the same. The next comments from Ramsey Stevens, 618 South K Street. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, as a strong advocate for low income and transitional housing, I believe everyone deserves to live in mixed income communities with safe, healthy environments and robust economic opportunities. This project is a critical chance to create such a community on our south side. I urge you to leverage the subsidy to negotiate a project that truly serves all our residents' needs and aligns with the CRA's and developers' original representations before the city concluded the supporting land swap. Please require Pinnacle Development / Dixie Capital to include commercial spaces alongside a healthy mix of low-income, affordable, and market-rate housing units. Considering the terms of the land swap and the Live Local Act, this is likely your last chance to ensure this project is the best it can be, and one of the last major opportunities in the South Side for the foreseeable future. This balanced approach will promote socioeconomic diversity, helping our city address some of its entrenched inequality. Studies have shown that mixed income housing and diverse social connections are powerful catalysts for reducing inequality and improving economic outcomes. By insisting on these elements, you have the power to support a project that not only provides essential housing, but also contributes to a thriving, diverse community in a part of our city that desperately needs it, ensuring that a person's address doesn't dictate their potential for success in life. Thank you for your commitment to equitable development in Lake Worth Beach. Next is from Pam and Wally Bergsma, 619 South K Street. As 50-year residents of Lake Worth Beach who have seen the impacts of persistent low road development and the city's continued disregard for the quality of life on our south end, we implore you to do all you can this evening to ensure this project reflects what had been previously represented by the CRA for our community. This neighborhood desperately needs a healthy mix of mixed income housing and mixed uses. Excuse me, Jonas Reed, 1325 North N Street. Evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager Brown. You are well aware of the housing crisis. The average home is unaffordable and ever-escalating rent is crippling on those. This project and interlocal agreement are not a hand up. This is a handout from the city to this developer. The city has already subsidized $1.2 million. You are now voting on funding a developer's $75,000 application for tax credits, which will cover the construction of units that will be rented out for profit. The developer is seeking to lower the cost of construction to maximize profits. This developer then also gains the equity of owning the land plus the proceeds of the rental units. Our city has limited land available. The use of that land should be beneficial to the city and those who call it home. Approving multiple low-income rental units does not help the situation. Waiving all of these developer fees and paying for their applications is doubling down on the idea that cheap rental units will solve the problem. It does little to tie people to the community and gives any equity from the land to the landlord. If this project stuck to the original vision, or if it pivoted to being low cost for sale dwelling units, it would be more in line with what our city needs. What is being proposed should not be approved. Ricardo Martin, 419 North Lakeside Drive. I do not support the financial support for Pinnacle on 6th, since the project does not include a market rate component and is solely affordable housing. Lake Worth Beach should attract a mix of incomes and not solely low income. Additionally, the project portions facing 6th Avenue should have needed variety of retail services component. A mixed-use project would be best for that strategically located property. Thank you. Next is Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I have concerns regarding this project. First, the height and mass of the proposed project would dwarf the entire South Dixie corridor. I'm curious as to why the developer would be permitted to build such a tall and massive project. Traffic on Dixie is getting worse and worse, and what will be the impact of this huge development? Has a traffic study been done, and what were the results? Additionally, the city has an overarching problem with all of the development that has gone in over the last few years and is being built at present or is being planned at present. None of these projects, big or small, have sufficient planning for parking and the number of cars that actual residents own and use. Just look at the mid and the adjoining project. Try to drive down the adjacent roads. Look at how many cars in the mid are parked all up and down those roads, blocking other residents' homes. This is also happening on South Ocean Breeze, where a number of fourplexes have been planned and built without sufficient parking. These are smaller projects that don't come before the City Commission because they actually meet the parking requirements set out in our development code. But the problem is our code is way, way off when it comes to parking. Being able to put in a bike rack to comply with parking requirements is a pie in the sky idea. Most adults each have a car and some have 2 cars. We need our development code to reflect reality. A 2-bedroom unit could have 4 cars if you have 2 couples living in a roommate situation. Our streets are becoming increasingly overloaded and unsafe. I urge the city to do a comprehensive review of our parking requirements for large and small projects and to update them to reflect reality. Next is Sam Winikoff, 602 South Federal Highway, Unit 8. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the Pinnacle project. The current proposal drastically departs from the original plan and is now set to concentrate low-income housing on the south side without market rate residences and commercial spaces. The project is now proposed is inequitable and detrimental to our community. This bait and switch not only undermines the initial representation of the project, but is a missed opportunity for equitable development. The city has already invested significant resources, including a costly land swap and the relocation of a power station, which greatly enriched the developer. It is crucial that we hold Dixie Capital accountable to their original commitments. I urge you to reject the current proposal and insist on a project that helps create a thriving, diverse community with opportunities for all residents. The land on the south side is limited and valuable, and its development should reflect the best interests of the entire city. Thank you for your time and commitment to equitable development in Lake Worth Beach. Next is Helen Betances, 76 18th Avenue South. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am a resident of Lake Worth Beach, and I oppose item A, providing subsidy to Pinnacle on 6 project as proposed. I believe that the original intent of developing a market rate residential project with Class A retail is the best possible outcome for this area of Lake Worth Beach. Exclusively limiting this project to the development of low-income residents would not be beneficial to our city, and it is not what this commission originally communicated to its residents as the reason for the $0 land swap deal with Dixie Capital. Matt Portilla, 1301 Cochrane Drive. Good day, Commission. The Pinnacle on 6 project is not what the South End needs. The South End needs a vibrant mixed-use development that can benefit the entire community. Although we do need more housing, this project would make 2 stories of the 3 stories of living space inaccessible to those with low mobility. I urge you to consider the quality of the projects the city uses its limited financial support for private projects on. Thank you for all you do. The last comment is from Michael Cuevas, 104 South J Street. Dear Mayor, Commissioners, and City staff, I urge you to oppose the current proposal and subsidy request for the Pinnacle on 6 project. I am a firm supporter of affordable and workforce housing initiatives. However, the city needs to support diversity, which will allow a balance of commercial uses. Adding another low-income housing project does not support the goal. This project was promised to be a market rate mixed residential and Class A retail development, something desperately needed in that area of 6th Avenue South and South H. The city gave Dixie Capital an opportunity to assemble prime real estate lots, instantly increasing their value by millions, in exchange for this promise. There's already a high concentration of low-income housing, as well as halfway houses, Section 8 and sober homes in this area. This area needs more diverse housing stock, as well as other options, i.e. restaurants, retail, and other commercial uses to grow and prosper. A developer should not be able to capitalize on a land swap deal with the promise of a market rate with Class A retail project and change uses to a low-income development. This is not ethical or fair and opens the city up for more of these bait-and-switch tactics by developers. A market rate project with Class A retail will boost the area for all residents and provide vital local jobs to the area. Low-income housing, while important, is not appropriate for this area to provide a balanced housing mix and is not a reasonable request by the developer at this juncture in the development phase. That's all the comments on this item, but I just want to let you know you have less than 2 minutes to discuss the item.
Oi. Ms. May?
I have a question for the CRA, and I don't know if it's, I actually kind of want to ask the chairperson of the CRA, not you, Carla. Can I do that? Carla, would you mind answering a question? Or you can answer it. This is my thing.
What's the
Like,
question?
how
Just
did this go? So it went through like at CRA the other day. So what are we missing? Why is it that everyone's fighting over it today and it went through like nothing at CRA? I can't get my head around what aren't people understanding or what am I not understanding? Why is this?
Well, I'm not going to take a guess at what people don't understand, but it's not on Dixie Highway, it's on H.
Right.
The area is very run down. It needs a lot of love. Dixie Capital has poured many, many years of assembling properties over there. If the city didn't move the substation, he would still be doing a project. Pinnacle is really one of, and I've said this before, one of the best developers in South Florida. When they say they're going to do something, they do it. And I really believe that we can work something out where there would be perhaps maybe more live-work units at front 6th Avenue, something like that, that'll make people happier. But the reality is that this developer could sell all of those properties tomorrow to somebody who just puts up a bunch of really, really non-deserving places for people to live. I mean, to have people come in and want to do something there is fantastic. I mean, they could do, somebody could come by and just build, something that looks like container houses all up and down there and just put 6 people in each house and call it a day, and we'd have the same problems we have now. There's always a step up that you have to take. The reality is you are not going to get Class A retail there. You're not. In fact, you might not even be able to do market rate units there because people have a choice of where they live, and they might not want to live on 6th and Dixie. Not yet, anyway. So this is kind of an interim step for us to take. The board sees that. There are other affordable housing projects all over the city. We have not concentrated them down on the south end, so I don't know where that's coming from either. But I think this is a really good opportunity for us to work with a really good developer and do a really great project, and then start chipping away at redevelopment on 6th Avenue and Dixie Highway in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay, we're up against 1 minute, I think.
I'd just like to say quickly that I think what you just said, Ms. Oliva, really hit it on the head. You have a very realistic sense of what the possibilities are, and this is a start. So if people are concerned with making the area better, this is a start.
Okay, we need to waive the half an hour. We need a motion to waive the half an hour, because otherwise we're going to go to workshop, and this is going to be.
Motion to waive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I just,
Okay, go ahead.
we're sharing a
I
light,
know,
so I
I see that.
apologize. First, I take, not offended, but this is literally my neighborhood, and to say that it's full of
Yeah.
blight and halfway houses, and I live in a CRA home, and I'm very proud of that. And just because something is affordable doesn't mean that it, again, blights the community. I'm sorry?
I was trying to figure out, I thought you were a habitat house.
I'm part of the CRA project. I'm
Right,
not in
and
a Habitat house.
we
I'm an
really don't-
adoptive family house.
We really don't take or respond to comments.
Regardless, again, I trust the CRA, I trust the CRA board. I hear with 2 ears what the community's concerns are, and I think that Tim hears that and Pinnacle hears it. And I'm ready to call the vote if we don't have any more public comment.
I have one more question. Mr. Wheat, will you consider a market rate component to this project? Right. Yeah.
Yes. However, I want to be clear about, as I've said throughout the evening, what we've proposed and showed is what we're going to apply to Florida Housing for, which is 90 units of affordable housing. I don't want to mislead you or the commission that we're doing anything to the contrary.
So that you are locked into that the way it's being
We're
proposed?
locked into that. I'm willing to do some additional market rate units or live-work lofts or workforce units.
And there's
in
room for that?
consultation with you and staff and and doing financial modeling to figure out whether it's feasible
On this site.
on this site.
Okay, I just want to make
But
sure.
I want to
It's
be
gotta work.
crystal clear. I don't, because I don't want to come back in 6 months or a year and folks feel I misled them.
Okay.
You know, it's- 'cause
So
I'm-
you're applying for the 90 units of,
and with the unit mixes and income levels that you saw in
that
my
you saw, right?
presentation.
But that
Yes.
doesn't mean that you will not consider market rate as well, a mix, whether that makes the project bigger?
Might make it 1 unit bigger, 10 units bigger. We'll study it, model it, work with your staff, work with Joan, and try to, and come back to you.
Okay, and I also, although with the folks, you've heard the comment,
Heard 'em.
okay? Will you commit to having a public meeting with the folks that
Yes.
you heard from today?
Absolutely.
Okay, and we'll-
I said that at the beginning.
Okay,
I
and we'll
reiterate
publicize that? Okay.
And I'd like to call a vote.
I'd like to add a couple little comments to
sure.
Jones. There are some actions that have been taken by the commission over the past few years that have set a threshold that Lake Worth Beach is open to investment. You declared a housing emergency. You adopted the most aggressive affordable housing program that anyone has in Palm Beach County. We have created more affordable housing. Developers know that we are open to that type of housing. If the flavor of the commission is changing and you're not necessarily open to affordable housing, and we do not make a distinction in anywhere of our land development code, our comp plan, our strategic plan, or any of our plans where the affordable housing can go. It can go anywhere. That's something we might want to talk about at a future workshop.
yeah.
Because the message we've been sending out to the
Absolutely.
public is not necessarily the message that we're sending tonight.
Right, and I'm conflicted about that because we are clamoring for affordable housing, so we've got folks that are quasi against it. Okay, so the vote has been called. So this, to support the request for $75,000 to join with the CRA.
And that is not our money, that's CRA funding that comes through us and support for the application.
This is every once in a while, these come along that there's just like no perfect answer. So all in favor of the request, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
But your aye, Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, that,
Okay. Okay, so it passes unanimously, and we're going to hold you, Mr. Wheat, to the promises that you made tonight about this, about the neighborhoods. We know where you live. We will find you, and we'll sick those folks on you, and that would be bad. So please continue in good faith. Thank you. Okay. I'm done. I'm ready to go. I have a headache. I want to go home. I did have my little thank you for the taco. All right, B. Back to Joan. This is Madison Terrace.
So Madison Terrace is applying for Phase 2 low-income housing tax credits from Florida Housing. You all have already approved Phase 1. Phase 1, the CRA gave a grant for $640,000 to support that application. That particular building is already, I believe, approved.
Both phases of that project are approved, and they're in the process of putting together their building permit applications. They haven't made a formal application yet, but they're working through all the particulars to put their construction documents together.
But didn't they get their approval for the financing
They
for
did.
Phase 1?
Yes, they did.
Okay,
And-
so,
Yes, for
Okay.
Phase 1 they did. So now they're going after the tax credits for Phase 2, which I believe is about 85 units. It's another ask from Florida Housing Finance. Only one project is going to get it. Doesn't mean either of these two can get it. It's just like
well, the
like
one
we
got
kept
it.
saying before, the beginning of the beginning.
Right, the one got it though, right? That's done.
That was
Phase
last year's,
1.
yeah. It's
Right.
a different type of credit, but yeah, it's very similar.
So Phase 1's going forward.
Phase 1 is going forward.
so
And
all in
we
favor?
have Mike Oliver on the phone if anybody has
And
any
aren't they
questions
waiting
for
for the current leasees for that lease to terminate
We're-
for the auto shop the auto dealer?
I believe they're kind of going back and forth on trying to get them to leave a little earlier so they could
Yes.
start construction.
They are. Okay,
Motion to approve?
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ooh, I like when that happens.
Did we get Ronaldo?
Thanks
in
very
there?
much.
Diaz.
Except, Madam Mayor, I have a lot of public comment on this item.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Okay. Mr. Diaz, did you vote on this?
Mine was yes, but now I'm
Okay.
hearing there's public comment.
Well, all right, we'll hear some public comments. What? I have none. Do I have any on? No. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Okay, sorry, I have to start the timers again. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I'm generally in favor of many of the new development projects that have come before the City Commission or P&Z, HRPB, et cetera. However, one issue I see coming up time and time again with these developments along Dixie Highway and elsewhere is a severe lack of parking and planning for parking. The lack of sufficient parking near the mid and the other development going in along Dixie has created a huge hazard
It was
and
over.
hassle for neighbors. It is clear that there is not nearly enough on-site parking being planned for these developments. As I see is this popping up with several smaller projects that don't require commission approval. Along South Ocean Breeze, several fourplexes have been proposed, approved, or in the process of being built, and these smaller developments allow for counting public street space for their parking requirements, and the street is already full, such that allowing these smaller developments without adequate on-site parking is creating a hazardous situation. I think the city as a whole needs to review and change parking obligations for both small and large developments. The next comment is from Jonas Reed, 1325 North N Street. Evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager Brown. Our Unified Land Development Code specifies the minimum size of a dwelling unit. This developer was allowed a variance to be smaller than what is allowed. Our code states how many parking spots a dwelling unit should have. Again, the developer of this project was allowed a variance to provide much less parking spots than is required. Our city has already contributed $640,000 to this project on top of the variances that impact the quality of our city's development. This is the second project tonight asking for $75,000 from the city to fund fees the developer is unwilling to contribute. We are subsidizing projects where the end result will give equity to the landlord. These are not hand-up projects, but handout projects. For a project like this to work, it needs to adopt a traditional neighborhood development planning strategy. Given there are fewer parking spots than dwelling units and that those dwelling spaces are smaller than code permits, these residents will need, one, walkability. The limit on parking spaces creates a limit on the ability to own a vehicle, which means the resident of this building have a higher need to be able to walk to places. Two, be located in a mixed-use area so there are businesses they can walk to. Three, have public spaces. Nothing this project is contributing to the area benefits the public space. In fact, it does the opposite by siphoning funds the Community Redevelopment Agency. Projects like these need to be equitable to the city, the residents who will occupy the building, and the developer. Since the beginning of this, it seems the city has allowed the developer to bend the rules. It seems the residents who will live here have been reduced to smaller than allowable spaces with limited ability to own vehicles. Time is up, and that's the last comment I have on this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, and for the record, we have voted to approve this at this point. All right. Yeah. Now I go back to the front. Now, it's 8 o'clock. It's 10 after 8. We have done some city business. We have a lot more to do. And the primary purpose of us being here is city business. So, our commission liaison reports and comments. District 1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. This past Saturday, I attended the family barbecue over at the city gymnasium that Journey Church and Healthier Lake Worth Beach put together. It was a lot of fun. It was super hot out, but the kids had a lot of fun. They played musical chairs. They gave away lots of free barbecue. And in addition, Arms of Hope has his weekly feeding on the same day. So I went over there and we put some boxes together to help some of the less fortunate than we are. I attended the CRA board meeting, which just brings me to an email that I received from a resident on a CRA board member who was part of a protest here at City Hall. And I responded to that CRA board member today, just reminding all of us that we all serve, including advisory boards, for the betterment of the entire city of Lake Worth Beach. And when we are representing the city, we have to be mindful that other people are watching and looking. And that no matter where we are and what we're doing, all eyes are on us at all times. And when you're on a board, and I'll speak for me personally, you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. And if you are at a protest or you are at a demonstration, you try to be as neutral as possible and not direct negative attention to the city. So I just want us all to be mindful that we're in a temperament right now where there was an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate, whether you like him or don't. I don't condone violence of any sort. And in the next coming months, I'm going to work on being more mindful on the fact that I work for the entire city of Lake Worth Beach. It doesn't matter white, black, young, old, poor, 30% AMI. We're all here to work for the betterment of the city. And let's keep our comments positive, our energy positive, because there's enough negativity out there in the world that we don't need it here at City Hall. 7 North Dixie Highway should be a beacon for the city of Lake Worth Beach, not a place where people are disgruntled and angry. So I just want us to be mindful of that. And speaking of which, I'm doing my ethics training tomorrow, 4 hours on Zoom, through the Florida League of Cities, so that'll be fun. And then the Back to School Bash for Lake Worth Beach is going to be at the City Gymnasium on the 27th of July, which is Saturday. If you have any children who have needs, we pass out backpacks, and sometimes there's shoes and clothes and whatever we can shake the trees and get donated. So July 27th, City Gymnasium, 9 o'clock until 12 is the Back to School Bash. Please spread the word.
Thank you. District 2?
Thank you. I just want to say that this country was founded by throwing a lot of tea into a harbor. And it was founded on the idea that we do not dictate what people should think or feel. We allow them to do peaceful protests, and in fact, for a long time in this community, we encourage them. And there will definitely be differing opinions, and some people will be for item X, and some people will be adamantly against item X. Our duty is to make sure that there is a place for that voice. It may not be in exactly the way that everybody likes, but to encourage restricting voices, I think, is a very un-American, unhealthy direction to go. I want to thank our leisure services staff, Tiana especially, and other staff members. I asked whether my wife and I could do a science table at the July 4th activities organized by the city in the afternoon and evening, and they kindly said, sure. And we actually supplied all of the hardware, tents and tables and materials, and it was very well attended. Kids seem to love it, parents seem to love it, so I'm very appreciative of leisure services helping out with a spot and with a little bit of advertising with very quick turnaround, I must say. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And it was
It was hot. District 3?
Okay, so I too would like to thank the Leisure Services Department for the 4th of July. They had not done the NAPC parade and/or boat race or anything before. She had not experienced that, so she was taking notes and experiencing and watching College Park win. But in all seriousness, around there, I was not on the boat, so I can't take credit. But it was a really fun day, and it was real. I mean, I bawled when the little girl Violet sang the Star Spangled Banner. She was fabulous, and then she sang later that day at the city event at 5 o'clock, and we got to get up and welcome everybody to the event, and the fireworks were fabulous. So that was awesome. I attended the crossing from the Bahamas. I was on some TV. Just saying that we love to have them. I think it's really cool that our beach is, the exact distance that it gets us to. That's pretty cool. And I've done a ride along with Yolanda from Code, and I've gone and met with residents, and I've done some walkthroughs of neighborhoods, gathering information and gathering, just looking at where we are, where the state of the city is cleanliness-wise, honestly. And I'm looking forward, City Manager Brown has said he's going to put together a presentation from Community Sustainability and hopefully Public Works too, if you don't mind throwing them in that list too, where they kind of describe their processes so that we as a commission and if anybody wants to come, that's fine with me too. We look at the process, what happens, from a violation all the way through the magistrate, all the way through the liens. I just want to know exactly that process so we know that it is being done the most efficiently as possible, and how can we maybe create just a cleaner, more healthy environment in our city, kind of that idea of healthier Lake Worth Beach. I think we have a little ways to go there. Let's see, I have one more, come on. We attended the Stonewall Ball, and the mayor received an award for being a steward for the LGBTQ plus community. That was a really fun night. I have spent some of last year's discretionary funds, one on the Compass event, one I've given some money to Hoops to Hope. I believe in that program. And I talked to the Playhouse yesterday. They're doing the Playhouse lost quite a bit of money in the cultural cuts. So they are trying to replace the seats. I did make them swear that they were not going to make them smaller, because that's what's nice about those seats. They're kind of fat, comfy seats. But anyway, they're not going to get smaller, but they are trying to replace them. So if you're looking for something to donate to that, they are doing a fundraiser for that. So I am going to get some money to that. And the mayor has photographs of old postcards that we're going to put up in here, and we're going to use some of money to reframe those and make them look a little bit more modern. It's going to look really nice. Last but not least, when we had Montel Williams was here and they were doing the military makeover, there was a football player who used to play for the Buffalo Bills, so of course I went ballistic, and talked to him, and he's no longer playing NFL football. He is an author, and he writes children's books, and he wrote a book about So You Want to Be an Athlete, and it talks about having to be a good student and having to have grit and having to have stamina, and I got a book for each one of the schools, and I love how this stuff works. Cindy, the librarian, brought it up with the Rotary Club, which brought it up, and he's now going over on Thursday night to the gym to bring books for all the kids and do a presentation through the Rotary Club. So if anybody's around and wants to go to that, I'm really excited for that. It's just kind of cool to see everything kind of work together, and I think that's all I have.
Thank
Thanks.
you. District 4, Mr. Ronaldo, Mr. Diaz, Mr. Ronaldo.
Thank you. I'll keep mine really short. But first of all, thanks for letting me join on Zoom. It's always great to get out and visit family. Really, the only thing I have is it's more of a request, and that is Thursday morning is supposed to be our governing board TPA meeting. So I would request Commissioner McVoy as my listed alternate. If he can make that meeting on my behalf, that would be great. And that's pretty much what all I have right now.
Can you do that? Okay, thank you. Oh. Yeah, really. Whoops. Change your calendar. Okay, real briefly, I also want to thank the staff for the 4th of July. It was phenomenal. Every event that this city does just gets pulled off so beautifully, and they need rest after it, and we need to give them rest. Yesterday morning, I lose track of days. Yeah, yesterday morning, I'm part of a group at the high school leadership. It's a leadership group, and we made arrangements to it was Our Savior Lutheran Church for about 100 kids to come for a program in the morning. The first thing they did was a Zumba class with one of Sarah's Zumba instructors, and the kids apparently loved it, and they were exhausted, and a lot of them couldn't make it through the whole class. But then the next part of it was they had the representatives from the Bank of America come and talking to these, and they were mostly Haitian kids, and they had an interpreter. So they talked about credit cards and putting money away and how to write a check and just be financial, to be some education of financial, so they have some idea. Nobody taught me anything about that. I didn't know about credit cards. I didn't know about credit, keeping your credit rate good. So it was really informative. I had a chance to welcome them, and they had lunch, so it was a great morning. I also attended the CRA meeting. One more thing that we can be proud of. Just to reiterate, we, our water tower, won an award last year, and we actually have the month of July as Lake Worth Beach Water Tower, which is the entire month of July, which I think is kind of fun to have. It's in a lot of offices of water people around the country, so. You take, I have one too. So you take it where you can get it, right? So I'm going to ask. I would like to call a break. Any problems? Call a break. Hey, break. Okay, we're going to have a short 10-minute break. It's 8:30. Thank you. All right, I think we should settle back down.
I like it when Diaz is in here, I can spread out.
That's right. I'm going to do something in a minute. I'm going to. Ms. Malega? Ooh. Eat them. Just two, big ones. What's your favorite kind? Okay, folks. Can we settle down? He's very generous. He offered his tiny little cookies. Thank you. I think we have, yeah,
Vending machine?
yeah,
Yeah.
second floor. Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel, and I'm going to make a motion to reconsider our earlier vote regarding comment. It's 8:42. We have a lot of city business to take care of, and I would rather make sure that we take care of the city business rather than have public comment ostensibly on something that really has. So I would ask, I'm making a motion to reassign whatever the word is, organize, thank you, the agenda to have public comment on non-agenda items last, after our
Second.
business is done. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Is there any public discussion on this?
No.
Could you repeat that loudly, Madam Mayor?
What?
There's no public
There's no
discussion.
public comment on this.
I mean, discussion of the commission.
Oh.
You're just going to state
I made a
something?
motion, there was a second, and we voted.
You're not allowing any discussion on it?
No, we have got to get busy. So, next
Okay,
up.
I
What
just
was
want
the
to
vote, Madam Mayor?
Yep, well, I'm sorry, the vote, I don't know how Mr. Diaz voted?
No.
No, okay. It was,
and I'm definitely a nay, and I want to be very clear that
thank you.
this
It
is
was-
suppression of public involvement in the worst manner.
Oh, my goodness, okay. It passed 3-2. We're going to have public non-agenda at the end of the commission, so this is actually a business meeting of the city of Lake Worth, so let's keep going with our business. Okay, so we are next up with city manager's report.
Good evening.
And folks, if you could keep quiet back there, thank you.
I'll be brief as well, because we still have a lot to do tonight. I did want to thank everyone for their comments for the 4th of July. I know that's very well-deserved for leisure services, and that they like hearing that because they do bust their tails putting on some good stuff for us. Also wanted to mention that you guys will be receiving a cancellation for the July 30th utility meeting. 3 of you will be at the FMPA conference, along with our utility director, so we will not have a quorum. I did speak with water utilities as well. There was only one item that was pressing, so that'll be slid to the August 6th regular commission meeting. And then we'll resume in August with our other stuff, but that will be canceled. I know Joan already left, but I did want to congratulate the CRA for getting their $850,000 through the community project funding, which is fantastic. However,
But,
that is not as much as the 1.1 that we received through the community project funding.
we did, all right.
Just saying, not that we're, you know.
Really?
I
We got,
just wanted to say that, congratulations to
so
the CRA.
why don't you say that
for their-
again?
Yeah, can we hear
What
it
did we
again?
get?
So we submitted, if you recall back in April, that very short notice for the community project funding, and that fun weekend I had that I
Yeah,
spent
yeah,
all
yeah.
weekend here. So we put in for, we asked for 1.9 for the EOC that's going to be part of the new Public Works fleet
I
facility and
love
everything. We did not get the 1.9 we asked for, but we did get 1,023,405.
And that's going to go to the EOC?
That would go toward the EOC. and that was part of that
That-
community project funding through Lois Frankel's office and everything, so.
Congratulations, and thank you for sacrificing your weekend for such a good cause.
That's
So-
$1 million weekend.
That's $1 million.
Yeah,
weekend.
so
Buy
that,
man
that
a
was included in
bourbon.
the FY '25 Homeland Security appropriations bill that was voted on by the House Appropriations Committee. So, just wanted to make sure that I threw that
Thank
out there as
you.
well, and I will end with that, because we have a lot.
Thank you.
Can we make sure that we send thank yous to the people on, to not just Congressman Laura Frankel, but people who are on that appropriations board?
Can we find out? We can find out who they are? Okay, that'd be great, thank you. I'm going to pass the gavel for a second time tonight. Give her the gavel. The item D, the 13th Amendment to the Law Enforcement Services Agreement, this is the public, the contract with PBSO. I have personally not had enough time to, it's 13 amendments, and I would like to move this to an agenda maybe on the 6th of August so that more of us can have time to look at it and review it with you and perhaps Captain Bayer. So I would like to make a motion to just postpone it. Would August 6th be a good time?
Before you do that, we skipped the consent agenda.
I know,
the appro-
I'm just, I
Okay.
understand that. I'm
Okay,
just-
I just want to make sure.
For planning purposes. I understand, thank you. So I'd like to make a motion that it's a lengthy, potentially a lengthy discussion, and I would like some more time to review it. So I would make a motion to move it to the August 6th meeting.
I'll just say that, yeah, that is our next scheduled meeting, but given that this does end at the end of August and the new contract would start on September 1st, if there are going to be things that we are going to discuss, and I would obviously need to get back with PBSO so they could consider whatever it is. We go back to them, so there might be some back and forth between legal and legal on both sides, so we do need to give ourselves enough time.
So in the meantime, before the August 6th meeting, each one of us should meet with the city manager to discuss what issues that we have.
Correct.
Okay, that would be
So at
helpful
least
to
that would be a
everyone.
little heads up if we know what it is you guys are each thinking about, so I can already be having those conversations.
Okay, thank you. So we just haven't had a chance to do that at this
Okay.
point. Okay, so do we have to have a motion and then, yeah, do I have a motion? I did a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. I would like to comment.
Okay, go ahead.
When time is right.
Yep.
This is our biggest contract. We contract for a variety of services for the city with a variety of providers. And it certainly is typical in all of our other discussions of contracts to negotiate both the price and what gets performed.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
And so I applaud your motion to move it to a little bit later. I would ask that we make some effort, I don't know how we do it in public, given the time constraints, but make some effort to make sure that we get input from the community. What is working with this $14 million contract? What is not working as well as people in the community feel? And get that input to all of the commissioners, selected committee, however you want to do it, but make sure that we do not simply just accept the contract, but that we speak up on things that can be done differently, better,
That's why I'm
whatever.
asking to postpone it.
So-
Do you have the gavel back? I feel powerless without it. I've never used it. Hold it for ransom. I may want to pass it again. I'm feeling. Ms. May, is that your light? Oh, that's your light.
Vice Mayor has my light, so I don't have one currently. I did want to mention that, originally they came to us here, it was a 4%, 1-year contract. And going back and forth with them, they did agree to a 2-year contract at 2% each year.
Okay.
So we have already negotiated an actual price.
Great.
So I'm assuming what you guys are going to be discussing is what's actually in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm thank you for negotiating that 2%.
Yeah.
And that's for 2 years?
That is a 2-year,
That's
correct.
really remarkable.
Yeah.
And thank you. Okay. So can I have a vote on moving it to the 6th? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so now we are at City Attorney's Report. Thank you.
Good evening. So the city manager asked me to give a little update to you guys on some laws, the law that affects homelessness, primarily camping overnight in the public lodging overnight in the public, and a recent United States Supreme Court decision that relates to the same topic. So let's talk about the Supreme Court case first. It was the City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Johnson. This arose out of, obviously the City of Grants Pass has an ordinance in place, much like most cities do, that prohibits public overnight lodging and camping on public property. The way their ordinance worked is it was sort of a fine system where first offense, you might get a warning or you might get a small fine. And if you have repeat offenses, your fines would ratchet up from there to a stronger penalty. It was challenged, that ordinance was challenged in federal court. The issue is the Eighth Amendment to the US Constitution, which prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. Worked its way all the way up to the US Supreme Court. The US Supreme Court overruled some previous precedents and determined that you can ticket and punish overnight camping on public property, and it does not violate the Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment prohibition. Now, previously, court cases had determined that there needed to sort of be a process to determine if this person had somewhere else to go and stay overnight, which is sort of the process that most law enforcement agencies use, that when you approach someone who's sleeping outside overnight on public property, the first question is, do you need to go to a shelter? And if they know of shelters that are open where they can accommodate that person, if the person then says, no, I don't want to go to a shelter and won't leave, then they have the opportunity to arrest them or take some other steps to remove them from the public property. So what the Supreme Court now has said is you don't have to make that determination first, but this is solely based on the Eighth Amendment. It may not change the prior precedents in those other cases where law enforcement should still first ask, can we take you to a shelter? So not a whole lot of change, but it's sort of an opening to sort of how the Supreme Court might be looking at those other cases, should they come forward on this homelessness issue. Incidentally, sort of with that, we're starting to come up to October 1st of 2024, where the new law that was passed this last session, section 125.0231, which is the prohibition against public camping and public sleeping. That's the Florida statute. What it means for cities and counties for the state of Florida is that we now cannot authorize folks to sleep overnight on public property. Let me just rephrase that. We're prohibited from authorizing people to engage in overnight sleeping in areas that a person may regularly engage in public camping or sleeping on public property. The only way that this can be done after October 1st is if the county designates an area where we could allow people to sleep overnight on public property. I'm not talking about where we have a designated camping area or something like that. This is to allow for homeless people or other people to sleep on public property.
In a designated space.
In a designated space.
But doesn't the Department of Health and all these other people have to approve it first?
So the way this will work is October 1st, we can't just let people sleep on public property overnight. And this, what the language says is regularly engage in sleeping overnight. So an off one or two, here or there, this doesn't seem to prohibit that. So coming October 1st, we have to be cautious that if there is this engagement of overnight sleeping, say at public properties in our parks, we can't allow it because come January 1st of 2025, we could get sued by either a resident of Palm Beach County, a business owner in Palm Beach County, or the Florida Attorney General's office. So what this does is starting October 1st, it gives us some time to start being a little proactive about what we may need to do to make sure that we have the tools available, that if there's a problem, we can take care of it. Because the way the lawsuit will happen, starting January 1st of 2025, they have to give the city 5 business days notice before they file a lawsuit. So if a business owner has a complaint that someone is sleeping on public property, and this includes public rights of way that are under the city's control, and we're not prohibiting that, and we're not taking some active role to prevent that, they give us a 5 business day notice, then they can file a lawsuit against the city to seek an injunction to make us prohibit it.
They don't have to give us the 6-month notice that's normally required for a lawsuit? 5
That
days.
is 76828,
Yeah.
so that's a separate tort negligence
Okay.
notice. So this is specifically to sue under this state statute. So we've already started looking at this for all of the cities we represent, and for Lake Worth Beach, we already have a couple ordinances on our books where we could start. We have a prohibition against sleeping in our parks at night, sleeping on our public property at night. So if someone's out here sleeping overnight, we have the ability to have PBSO cite them for an ordinance violation, which typically goes to downtown to county court. What we're also working on and will be bringing forward is a trespass warning process. And that is if someone violates one of our ordinances, instead of taking them to county court, we issue them a trespass warning. The trespass warning would then prohibit them from coming back to that location for a year, but it gives them a due process ability to challenge and appeal that trespass warning. So we're going through to put these things in place so that come October 1st, we start having things in place so that if someone notifies us after January 1st of 2025, they're gonna potentially sue us over perhaps someone sleeping on public property near their home or near their business, that we have the tools in place that we can take some kind of action to ideally prevent a lawsuit.
But what do we do? I mean, that's the, what do we do? I mean, thank you for the clarification, but it's just like, what do we do? Come October 1st, if some homeless person is sleeping in our park, and we say, you can't be here. I mean, I know the PBSO has a protocol of calling the shelter and doing all that, but if they say, no, I don't want to go to the shelter, I'm happy here. So now we're empowered, almost mandated to give them
We'll have some different tools. So one of the tools would be that they can issue a notice to appear, go down to county court for an ordinance violation. We'll come forward, and if it passes an ordinance with a trespass warning process, that gives them a trespass, that if
For
they
that
come back, then they
specific
can be
spot?
arrested for trespass, but it's just a warning, so they have to stay away for that period of time that the trespass warning is issued.
Question, let's say they're sleeping at the city hall, and we give them trespass warning there, but then now they're at Bryant Park. Is the trespass for the city of Lake Worth Beach, or is it for where they are specifically found?
It's the way it's currently drafted, and it's drafted based on other cities who have similar, that have passed, constitutional challenge, is that it's location-based. So it may be that you then have to do it in several locations if you have someone who's repeatedly showing up
At different
the
places.
city's
So it's
property.
specific to
Yeah.
Bryant Park.
Right,
Right.
and by case law, we have to give them a post-deprivation hearing, because you are keeping them away from public property, so then they have a right to challenge it. So this will be coming before you. Obviously, you haven't seen it yet, but I just wanted you to know that we're trying to be proactive so that we can give the city, the tools that after January 1st, you will have the tools that if someone does send us one of those 5 business day notice, we can say, okay, we need to start using X, Y, and Z to address this issue, so hopefully we don't get a lawsuit. I don't know that it's gonna change anything unless you get one of those 5-day notices, because PBSO has its protocol that it's been using. And you keep following that protocol, you get a notice, you take action, you try to remedy the situation.
There was a meeting a couple weeks ago, Maria Sachs called a meeting of the mayors for Palm Beach County, and quite a few showed up, and, we're all just shaking our heads about what to do with this, because is the county by January 1st going to have adequate facilities and a place, because it has to have sanitary facilities? I mean, it's very specific what the county has to do.
Right, so the process that the county can set up, it's only for 1 year. They have to get the DCF certification. They get inspected. Now, the county in its sole power can designate such a location on county property. If they want to designate it within a city, they have to get the city's approval. So that would come before you.
And who would pay for that?
Well, I think that would be a conversation you have to have with the county, because if the county wants it, they have to approve it, and then the city has to give its consent.
And who would pay for it?
That would be the question.
Another question.
Yes.
This is pretty much a nightmare I think, for everybody concerned. So we'll hear back from you shortly with some sort of?
Shortly, yeah, we're in the process of drafting. I know there was an initial meeting on the trespass warning, but we just want to make sure we've got everything set up so that we can, at a minimum, prevent litigation over this.
Ugh. This lawsuit thing is just nuts. Any other, bless you, any other pearls of wisdom, Madam Attorney? Well, you've made that perfectly clear. Okay.
That's all I have. Any
All
other
right.
questions?
Thank you very much. Oh, a couple, I think Mr. McFoy had his light on first.
Thank you very much for summarizing these things and giving us an idea of what the laws say. Clearly, one of our objectives as a city is to prevent these 5-day notices and lawsuits. But we have a number of other objectives as well. If the state law is saying you can't sleep overnight on public land, is it crazy talk to imagine that people are going to be more inclined to sleep on not public land,
Well, that's a
like private
trespass.
land?
Well, you call the police and get
'Cause-
a trespass.
My concern with all this stuff is, unless we're talking the final solution from a previous war, people don't just evaporate. And they don't evaporate magically like storybooks or whatever, that they're present during the day, but at night they conveniently don't exist. They're homeless, so by definition, they sleep outside of a home. Okay, they can't sleep on public land. There clearly isn't enough room in the jail to put everybody there. So where does this go? How does this work? Not even just, not even considering the humanity part of it, that, at one time, we thought that it was reasonable to allow people to sleep. That it's not really, it is in the cruel and unusual punishment to say, you got to stay awake all night, just in case the police might come by so that you could say, I wasn't sleeping, sir, I'm awake. So I'm very concerned. Obviously, I don't want the city to get sued, but I am concerned about what the practical effects. Is this going to push people onto private property and cause difficulties that way? What do people have for alternatives?
That's the big question.
So I think it does put us, we've talked a lot earlier in this meeting about affordable housing. Well, lots of people who are in the field of dealing with the homeless and with housing make a connection that if you don't have affordable housing, you will have more homeless. It's sort of a mass balance kind of thing. People don't disappear if you move them out of one category to the other. So I think it does mean that we should, as a commission, be thinking about what are our options to try to make places for people as much as possible. I do agree with the mayor that this is a very nightmarish situation from a whole string of reasons. But thank you for the clarifications.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You can only give help to people who want help. And, excuse me,
Yeah, we do not make comments from the audience. Thank you very much. Everyone's well aware of that.
what I would like to know is, does PBSO or has the county or anybody created a handout for the people who are displaced? Because we're being educated on the law,
Right.
which is great. But I'm thinking about the person who's not educated on the law, who this is affecting. So I know we just pulled the contract for PBSO. I would love for something to be created, multi-language, from the city of Lake Worth Beach that PBSO carries. So they are aware in the simplest terms, not legal jargon, of what their rights are and why things have been elevated. It's not the city of Lake Worth Beach, it's the state of Florida. And giving options and opportunities for the Lord's Place, Adopt a Family, and 211, and phone calls, and places that they can start to get help. So I don't just want to send PBSO out there as a heavy gun. I don't want to put this on our staff. But I think that the bigger thing is why we're being educated, who's really educating the displaced. And I have a personal relationship with a lot of the people in this community who are displaced. Some have educated me on, some of these younger ones have a choice and they don't want to go to a shelter at night because they don't want to be clean, they don't want to do certain rules. But to me, everybody needs to be educated. And that, I think, is the first step with PBSO. Before we do a trespassing or whatever, we need to educate everybody who's affected in our city. That's who I care about. Whom we may have contact with that this is going to affect. Because we can't fix the problem. We don't have endless money. We don't have endless land. But if we can at least start with an education before we start trespassing people
Fair enough.
and going down that route.
Maybe we could put some posters up in the parks, too.
Multi-language, pictures, something. I think that we need to do our best to communicate this to the people in the city of Lake Worth Beach.
I
Thank you for your update, Christie.
Thank you very much, and good luck figuring this one out. Because there's no good answer. There's no answer. Okay, so, up next, we have consent agenda.
Approval of the minutes, Madam Mayor.
Minutes, thank you. Motion to approve,
Motion?
a second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Consent agenda,
Motion to approve?
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Public hearings. Resolution 24-2024, adopting the final assessment roll for non-ad valorem assessments levied for chronic nuisance services and directing that such final assessment roll be certified to the Palm Beach County Tax Collector.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Hold on, may I interrupt? Sorry. it's William.
Oh, hi there.
Community Sustainability Director, we have a little issue with this item in that the
Okay.
noticing of part of the assessments was done incorrectly.
Oh.
You have an attachment that has a spreadsheet that shows a series of lot clearings totaling $7,682, and then a series of board and secure activities that total $11,830. The noticings that went out noticed them all as lot clearings and did not differentiate between board and secures and lot clearings. So I respectfully ask so that we avoid trouble in the future, that we will bring back next year, if they have not been paid, the assessments for the four board and secures that total $11,830, and that you only approve moving forward assessments totaling $7682 for the lot clearings.
You said next year? Come back next year?
Because this assessment roll has to be in by the end of this month. There's a 20-day notice, so we don't have time to come back and do another public hearing, another notice, so we'll have to bring them back next year if they've not been paid.
If they've not been paid?
Right.
Okay, all right.
I
see.
have a quick question.
Ms.
so
Ms. May was on first.
Sorry. I have a question. Is this number of $19,000 just seems extremely low to me? Is this a normal amount that we put on the tax roll every year? I mean, what's the trend?
Well, our trend is that when we provide services to people under code compliance and remedial services, that when we send them a bill, they pay for it. And so this does not represent all the activities of code compliance and remedial services. These are the ones that have not been paid over a period of time and then can be assessed to the tax roll. This is sort of about where we've been. And then, and Christie, correct me if I'm wrong, but usually if it's put on the tax roll, it's paid within a couple of years if it's not, carried off to a tax deed sale. So we do far more activity than this. A lot of people just pay.
No, I hope they would. Does this include all of the liens on any house or just
No.
specifically for these two?
We can only place tax assessment liens for 3 types of services. Actually, it's 4. One is the lot clearings, 2 is boarding and securing, the 3rd is demolitions. The other alternative is we can declare chronic nuisances. And if we have to implement a chronic nuisance plan and we end up paying for it to implement it because the property owner doesn't, the costs that are associated with that can be placed on the tax, as a tax assessment as well.
Okay. And we don't have any of those on this year?
We've not done any this year, no.
Madam Mayor,
Sure.
if I may maybe
Please.
clarify. So under your regular code enforcement scheme, if someone doesn't correct their violations, it's a code enforcement fine that accrues into a lien against their property. This is done through code enforcement, but what happens is the city actually goes on the property and abates the issue. So this is money directly out of the city's coffer to fix their property, whatever violation it is, whether it's board and secure, or it's lot clearing, or it's unsafe building. It follows a similar process to code enforcement, but where it differs is we've spent city money to fix your property, and by state law, we then have a superior lien on your property for the cost the city spent. If you don't pay that lien, then we go through this public hearing resolution process and put it on the tax roll. Now it becomes on your tax bill, and if you don't pay it, then you go through the tax deed process where eventually you could lose your property because you didn't pay all your taxes. So this is a method we use so we ensure the city gets paid when it expends money on someone's private property to fix it. So a little different than your regular code enforcement.
Okay,
And if the
thank you
house
for
is
your-
sold, we get paid, we get paid
out
at the
of
time.
that.
it's sold.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Don't go anywhere, Christie.
Ms. Malega.
No, to go anywhere. So in looking at this, the person who owns 700 South Dixie Highway is a repeat offender. Where do we go? Okay, we continue to take care of your property, you're land banking, you're not a good community steward. How do we differentiate going from taxes to nuisance abatement and doing a foreclosure on a vacant property? Loaded question, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
so
objection,
okay, so-
multiple question.
If somebody has a multiple, like this is a repeat
Right.
offender, they just don't care.
So different tools with different remedies. So if they have code enforcement fines that have accrued to an amount where we want to look at a code enforcement lien foreclosure, that's one issue. And to start that process, we work with William's department, and you start looking at things you look at whether to do a foreclosure. Do we have authorization to foreclose? If it's commercial, obviously it's not going to be homesteaded, but if it's residential, if it's homesteaded, you can't foreclose. You look, is it mortgaged? Does the property have a big mortgage on it? Because what you don't want to do is foreclose and then take on the mortgage. So you look at those things. If for some reason foreclosure is not an option, then we would look at the other chronic nuisance that William mentioned, where we go after, do we need to take some action where we abate the violations? Or do we call them a chronic nuisance where there's a process that we can also make them go through to try to get them to do something on their property? So those are sort of the different tools available, and it depends on which remedy you want to pursue that we have to start looking at different things. That make sense?
It does, because to me, if I have somebody who's land banking, who's not doing anything with prime property on 700 South Dixie, and the city has to continuously take care of this land,
And he's not
and-
paying
and-
because he's on this list.
and
right?
it says, Appreciate Charity, Inc.
Right.
What does that tell you? We're not the charity. The city of Lakewood Beach and the residents who live here and support the city. So to me, this is great that we're doing the tax deed lien, but I want to make sure that this isn't, that we don't have the same person, okay, now we've done this is our 7th year in a row, and we just keep providing these services, and we got to go through all, because we're paying you, there's money that goes into this, not just the actual cost of the clearing. So I just would want us to be mindful of those bad players who, this isn't their first, this isn't their second, what other tools are in our tool chest to start being more enforceful?
I will say that Elizabeth Lenahan, who works with Christy Godot in their office, we have put out there looking at some more creative ways, very similar to a class action suit. Similar. We haven't figured out quite how to do it, but there are players that play the game who repeatedly have a problem that they themselves are a chronic nuisance to the city of Lake Worth Beach and its residents and property owners. And we're trying to look at a way to somehow tag that person or entity that's causing problems across multiple properties. Now, granted, if you have more than one property that has liens on it, they do cross-attach. And that's another thing that affects foreclosures, is that we don't want to foreclose on a property that has liens that are owed somewhere else in some other city. But there's a select group of property owners that shall remain nameless who cause a lot of consternation issues for us. And we're trying to look at creative ways to effectively encourage them to be better stewards or to get rid of their property.
And I believe, frankly, that we should be a little more proactive in our foreclosure process. I think that we have a pile of code enforcement cases which have been authorized for foreclosure.
And that's something we're going to bring up during the budget, because we have very little money in our foreclosure budget.
Right, because even if it has a mortgage, depending on how much the mortgage is for, even if we don't get it, if it gets into the hands of a better owner, we've hopefully improved that situation. So I think we've been a little laissez-faire with our foreclosures, and I would like to find us a way to increase them. And
I will say that this year has been the most active pursuing of foreclosures that has ever been since I've been with the city.
very glad to hear that. I was pretty active at that time. And we did, with
I
nuisance.
wasn't here when you were.
Nuisance, I'm sorry, what?
I wasn't here when you were.
I know.
in the city.
And in nuisance abatement, my understanding, again, harking back to years, if there was a nuisance abatement, drug, 3 drug arrests, whatever it was, we shut those places down. Are you not allowed to do that anymore?
One of the challenges with that process is we rely on the information to come from PBSO. And sometimes, because they may be involved in a bigger issue than the local neighbor that we're dealing with, that it's sometimes hard to get that information. But the onus on that type of nuisance abatement, because that's under the state statute.
Right.
So that has the controlled substance. It also has, I think there's a gang element process to it. There's also there's a pain clinic process to it. That type of information we have to get from PBSO.
But if we know that this house down the street has had 4 drug arrests, or whatever the threshold is,
We've got to get that information from PBSO.
Well, okay,
and
but
then we can send a letter to the property owner and start that process.
because I think the neighbors of the properties are some, as far as you're concerned, as far as I'm concerned, I hear about
And
it.
you're right, we used to do those a lot more often.
Yeah.
I used to do a couple of them, and I think the last one we had was that motel, and
Mm-hmm.
we had a really good result, I think, with that. So you're right.
Because we used to
That's
shut them
be a
down. They couldn't
discussion.
rent them out for a year, and they had to
We're
pay.
working on 2 right now, but the negotiations with the property owners have not been overly productive.
Well, let's just,
I know, we put our foot down, but still.
they would put we'd have them put like a 5x7 sign. This property was shut down by the city of Lake Worth for drug activity.
The shaming was outlawed by the.
Shaming was
I
outlawed.
tried to bring it back.
Riviera Beach was very successful with their nuisance abatement.
Yeah, there's some newer case law that limits some of your ability to really shut them down 100% unless you can show that the criminal activity is so pervasive, there's no legal activity on the property. So, and this is recent case law since even I started doing this type of nuisance abatement. So, you do have to make sure that you've got everything, and ideally, like in regular code enforcement, voluntary compliance makes everybody's life a lot easier.
Sure.
But there's one case in particular where one of the requirements for the nuisance abatement order was for them to put up security cameras. Court found that as a taking and made the city pay the property owner for that. So there are some hurdles more nowadays from the case law that's come out with that type of nuisance abatement that you just got to be careful, but still doable. And like we do with the code enforcement foreclosures.
Right.
Before we go, we take them to an authorization to foreclose.
Right.
Sometimes that's just like the kick in the pants the property owner needs to realize like, oh, wow, you really are gonna do something. And so now they suddenly start to be a little bit of a better neighbor. Sometimes.
But not always.
But not always. So, yeah, it's sometimes starting those different processes where you've got to keep pestering them that you can get them
Right.
to wake up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if I tell a kid I'm going to call his mom and then don't call his mom,
right.
Right.
my word is nothing.
Yeah,
So if we say
I-
we're going to do this and we don't do it, why would they do anything
Yeah,
different?
I'd like to see us a little more proactive with that. And we've talked about that and having some young lawyer learn how to do foreclosures, so it's cheaper.
Well, also too, you all, I don't know whether it was this commission or the previous commission, we did two things. We allowed the authorization to foreclosure to be given over to the CRA, and they could pursue the foreclosure and in furtherance of their activities. And there's also a possibility, and we've investigated with this with like at least 7 or 8 entities, our authorization to foreclosure could be given over to a private entity. But because Florida is a property rights state, and most of the people that were looking at us were coming from out of state, when they realized how difficult it was to actually be guaranteed getting the property at the end of the day, they've all backed away from trying to actually collectively buy or take over some of our foreclosure authorizations. It's
They
very
wanted
disappointing.
to or not wanted
They
to?
wanted to initially, but when they found out that there was no guaranteed route where they got the property and they
Right.
would be spending money at their own risk,
Right.
they've all backed off.
Okay,
And the CRA would have
Sadly.
to be in the CRA district.
right.
Yes, it would.
right. Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have a vote on this?
Sure.
Did you amend your motion to include what I brought up?
No, we didn't. Would you state that again?
Okay, we're going to only move forward with the authorizations to put on the assessments for the lot clearings, which total $7,682.66, and then we will hold off the other 4 properties for board and secures for next year.
Well, there's 2 total lots, so are we doing the lot clearings, but not the?
Not the total board and secures. 11,830 will be saved for next year.
So what's the total we're approving now?
768266.
In order to be really clear, if you could just tell us which one, like, go down the list and say which case.
Madam Mayor, with all due respect, you're taking a lot of time on this.
Oh, please. I want us to be specific.
Okay, there's a spreadsheet that has 2 pages.
Right.
The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Says
11,
total lot
12.
clearings at the
12 are lot clearings.
That's what we're doing.
And they have a separate
That's what we're
total.
acting on.
And
Okay.
then there are another 4 that are just for the board and secures, which total
Thank you, that's all I,
11,000.
that's what I needed.
Motion to approve the lot clearing total of $7,682.66.
Do I have a
Thank you.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you next year.
Madam Clerk, was there any public comment on this? Okay, you're shaking your head no?
No, sorry, Madam Mayor, no
Okay,
comment on this.
thank you. So, unfinished business A. Who from staff is going to guide us on this one?
I guess
I'm
I can
looking at
give it
you,
a, I
Mr.
can give it a
Brown.
shot. I didn't know if, obviously, so, our last meeting, at the pre-agenda, I guess the pre-agenda meeting, before last, you guys had mentioned a few things, the resolution we have for just the rules for our meetings, and some possible changes you wanted to make to the resolution. The clerk went back to that meeting and going through the transcript, added some bullet points here as far as some of the things that you guys had brought up as far as changing some of those. Again, in just conversations with each of you, whether you want to keep these, whether you want to add to these, delete from these, whatever modifications you're looking at doing, we would basically, if you choose to approve this tonight, approve it as amended based on the conversation that you guys have here tonight and what kind of changes, if any, you guys are looking to make.
Okay,
I propose
So-
we go
I
through
have
it
a few.
paragraph by
We can
paragraph.
go through these individually and accept, not accept we're at liberty to,
Or discuss.
Absolutely, or discuss,
Or there's other
bring up
things
things that aren't
other than
even,
what they
that aren't even
proposed.
mentioned on here. But the main thing is, obviously, these were set under a previous commission. It seems that there may be a willingness to change something differently. So we're just bringing this forward to see if this is something that, based on the comments that we were getting, that this is something you guys want to address. So.
Okay, who wants to start?
Well, I kind of propose that we kind of go through it.
Okay.
I mean, starting at Rule 1. I mean, not line by line, but. No, I don't mean that, but I'm just saying, because, they've changed everything from what is it? Work session to workshop. Does anybody care about that?
No,
So that one we can approve.
bingo.
not so
No.
fast.
Okay.
On Rule 1, Item 4, no official action of the city commission will be taken at a workshop, and no public participation shall occur. We've had a number of occasions where on the fly, we have said, okay, we'll allow some public comment. I would like to add language there that says, all, sorry, I'm trying to click on, all workshop agendas shall clearly state whether public comment will or will not be accepted. And I had an additional language, which you may or may not want to put in, but I said, if there is a commission desire to exceptionally allow public comment at a specific workshop, that decision must be made prior to public posting of the agenda. And then all workshop agendas shall clearly state whether public comment will or will not be accepted. To me, I don't have a strong feeling about whether we accept or don't, and I think there's reasonable situation where you might want to make an exception. That's all fine, but you have to tell people in advance. You
Right.
can't,
So at the time of the scheduling of the workshop, do you have any objection to the word workshop?
No,
That was
zero.
That's all I
That was
asked.
her
is, do you have
question,
a
actually.
Workshop.
No, I'm fine with
Because
that.
the ones where the public comment happens, wouldn't they be called special meetings?
No, not
we've
necessarily.
we've
They could
just
be.
done it on the fly.
Okay,
and
I
the-
agree with you then.
And the difference is
Commissioner
with
McFoy.
right, with a special meeting, we're taking action. At a workshop, we're not taking
Right.
action. So your proposal sounds like at the time that we schedule the workshop, we indicate whether public comment will or will not be allowed,
Right.
and it be part of the public notice.
Right, that it states it will or it won't, and then,
How are
and
we
we
going
have
to
to stick there.
decide that?
Well, we'll just look at what we're talking about and figure out if we're going to have,
Yeah, but when?
at the
Has
time
to
that
be
we're
before.
talking about scheduling the workshop.
Scheduling it,
right.
okay. Okay, I just
And
wanna make sure
we
it's
might-
clear.
No, it's good. How much public comment, what we'll,
Well, not on non-agenda thing, if it's a workshop about.
no, yeah. So it would be 2 minutes if for agenda, I guess, for for agenda items. Because
Madam
everything's.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So what we have been doing is that we have been making meetings, special meetings, if we wanted public comment,
Right?
and leaving them as work sessions, now workshops, if there is no public comment. So the previous commission would determine whether they wanted public comment at the workshop. But it seems what the commission before this one, which included you as the mayor, was there is no public comment at workshops, so we made meetings special meetings, so it didn't even become an issue. It's a non-issue.
Thank
If you
you.
want public comment, we'll just make it a special meeting.
Except then we're expected to take action. And I think workshops are meant to discuss things and not necessarily come to an action. So I kind of agree with Mr. McVoy in terms of letting the public
But-
know ahead of time. Ms.
I have to
Malaga?
say, a work session is for us to get work done.
Yeah.
And that's why the special meeting, and I agree with what Melissa said, because we talked about this a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I feel things come full circle with this commission very often. We literally talked about this in,
All right, so
again,
what's your input?
I honestly think if we're doing a work session, because time is always limited, it's for us to get our work done and then roll that into a special meeting to be actionable and listen to the public. Because if we're doing a work session and it's on, I don't know, give me something, Jamie, a mobility study, and all we're doing is going back and forth about what we feel about that study.
Yeah.
We're not really taking action. I feel that it's disingenuous of us to say to the public, yes, come give us your opinion, when we're not taking action. I'd rather hear the action from the public when we're getting their input, when we're getting ready to take action and make a vote.
I understand what you're saying about the workshop and our only opportunity, but from the public's perspective, I think if it comes, if we've discussed it and it's come to an agenda action item, it's kind of like we've discussed this and we've sort of moved it forward as a group with a consensus, right? Let's put this on, we've talked about it, let's put it on the agenda for an action. It might, the public perception might be that that's a little too late for public comment because, I understand what you're saying about workshops and I'm very just.
Well, I mean, we proved tonight that it's never too late because we sat here and talked about the first item for an hour and 45 minutes
Right?
before we approved it.
I don't, okay, but.
So I don't think that that's necessary. I mean, I honestly, I have
And
ideas.
we're not saying, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but we're not saying that every workshop will have them. It would be something that we would talk about. And we may never allow public comment, but it might be something that's cogent to what's going on.
I just
and-
feel sometimes that we make things so complicated, it should
Well,
be black and white.
my only reason for raising it is that we have decided at the workshop or work session, whatever the heck it was, on the fly, that we would do something different than what we normally do. And I don't think that's appropriate because
it's
the
not.
public
I don't
doesn't know
either.
what's going on then. So make the decision in advance, whether you want to change the name of it, fine, or if you just want to say, hey, this workshop, I think we're calling them workshops, we're going to allow public comment, and then make sure that the agenda, when it's posted, says there will be, and for all of the other ones, it says there will not be. So, and then we stick to that.
So we can say standard operating procedure is no public participation unless we post that there will be.
I think he's saying that we should put it either way, just so that people know.
Right, you got to
Right.
post it
No,
either
I
way.
understand that, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, okay.
Yeah.
Then I think you're going to have people who are going to say, well, I didn't know there was a public comment and now I'm here and I just think
Well,
it's
but it'll
open.
be
That's
on,
why
it'll
you
be on the
post it.
agenda.
That's why
You're
it's
assuming
posted
that
with it.
everyone's going to stop and read the agenda,
Well-
upload the backup, but I
That's
just.
not our, yeah. I expect if they have something to say, they're going to look at the agenda.
Okay, do we have some consensus to add language along that line?
Along which line?
Diaz has his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Diaz.
Thank
Hi.
you. This is a complicated one. I think Vice Mayor Malega brings up a pretty solid point that there's a really inherent value in having a workshop where we can kind of back and forth, lay down groundwork, have a discussion, or sometimes it's just informational, or we're just, learning about specific things. And then with an expectation of, or not necessarily an expectation, but sometimes, that results in, okay, we did our back and forth, we had our discussion, let's, put this on special meeting or back on regular agenda, whatever it may be. I think there's a tremendous value in that, having that capability, because I know there's seemingly always confusion as to whether or not public comments are allowed at workshops and whatnot. But maybe another alternative to propose, do we need to just better define what our workshops are in the language and say, workshops are for sharing ideas, informational things, things that got kicked back from the agenda because it went over time, and a decision won't be made at the workshop, but it potentially will be made, it will potentially come back on agenda or result in a special meeting where there's the opportunity to provide comment and decision. So maybe the answer is in clear language on defining what a workshop is, but we all know this is government 101. I mean, it's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be a level of confusion as to, what each meeting is anyways, I feel like, but we should maybe be a little bit more proactive in defining them.
Well, workshop is a public meeting where we don't take action, where we, it's either informed. I don't want to limit us by some definition that we then find something that doesn't fit the definition. So, and if we do have a special meeting, we don't necessarily have to vote on it. We can always ask for more time. I don't know. I do like the cleanness of a workshop isn't,
public comment.
and then, because certainly everyone, if they look at the agenda about the workshop, has the opportunity, like everything else, to give us feedback privately before it, so that we have some idea about what people are thinking. I mean, that public comment could be just one-on-one.
But also ideally, a workshop really, we're not really doing something that would,
It's not actionable.
right, it's working through stuff.
Okay, so,
And again, it's, my concern is just that we have in practice been a little bit back and forth on it. So
we
I
won't
would
do that
say,
anymore.
why don't we, pick one and do it and make sure that the agenda indicates
that there's no public comment.
there's no public comment, or this is a work
Yeah.
session or special meeting or whatever the heck we call them,
It doesn't-
and there is public comment.
Well, here it says, no official
Explicitly-
action of the city commission shall be taken at a workshop and no public participation shall occur.
Correct.
So we
What my addition is, make sure that that is stated on the agenda of whatever the items are, workshops, special meetings.
So just, if it's a workshop, no public comment.
Yeah.
That's-
And
that's
then
what
we
I
have to
prefer.
stick
that's
to that.
what's
We
here.
can't change our mind when we
Right.
get there.
Agreed.
I agree with you,
Okay.
Commissioner McVoy. It's just
Okay.
because sometimes we look at the room and go, okay, now there's 15 people here.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
All right, because it is hard for us to get any work done with this. You go ahead.
For number 5, about the town halls, I have no problem with the changing of the name and the biannual, so that means that there would be 2 a year instead of 4, is that what we're
Correct.
saying?
Yes.
I think we should put in there so we know which is which, maybe even years, even districts, odd years, odd districts, just so it's written down so
Right.
we know what to expect.
That makes sense.
She's a math person.
She's a math person.
I just want it clear.
Okay, so
And-
even years, even.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And
It's easy to remember, too.
Mr. McVoy has put his light on.
Oh, sorry.
Show off.
I think that's reasonable to indicate it. I had a little difficulty with the town hall concept as it got executed. The concept of, as I understood it, when we first proposed these a while back, was, hey, instead of only meeting in City Hall, let's move our meeting around to different parts of the city to make ourselves a bit more accessible. And then somewhere along the way, we said, well, we're not really going to do anything actionable, it's mostly a listening kind of thing, which is fine. But I think there was a lot of public perception that this is, if it's in District 1, this is Commissioner 1's meeting, and he or she is supposed to run it. The public perception, that happened a number of the meetings, and we need to be clear that it doesn't have anything to do with the commissioner that it happens to be located in. It's all of our meeting, and all commissioners are there, and it's not particularly, if it's in Commissioner 1's district, has no bearing on
Right.
Commissioner 1.
It's just convenient for the people.
Yeah,
And
that
it-
should be clear,
and
whether
not-
it's in here or not, I don't know, but
Okay,
it should be
and
clear.
it's not a actual city commission meeting.
That should also be clear.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are you sort of keeping track of all this?
Yes,
In-
ma'am.
Thank you. And you are as well. And I bet our attorney's making notes too.
And just for
It's good
record,
to have people.
the town halls are not broadcast. We don't have
Right.
the technology
And
to
they're not
broadcast
recorded.
them on YouTube. They're not recorded.
Okay.
That should probably also be stated. Good point. Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Vice Mayor.
No,
Watch
what do
it.
we say? No video recording? No?
No recording.
Yeah, we can add, because some of the, just so everyone's aware, some of the locations that we've chosen, it's just not, based on if the Wi-Fi is available. I just don't want there to be an expectation if that's not possible
So
based on the
they're not
location.
public, they're not
They're not
broadcast and they're
broadcast,
not recorded.
Right.
Just for
But-
the simple fact, to be consistent, sometimes we don't want to get into a situation where we record some because that
no.
particular
No,
location
no.
has the
No.
capability to do it,
Right.
but others we don't because that
Right.
particular location does not.
Absolutely.
There will be no
Do we-
recordings.
Do we need to put a time constraint or a time thing on town halls and public comment will be heard at town halls? Should we add that language as well?
I mean, the whole point is to listen to the public.
Right.
Right.
Agreed, but sometimes it won't be us sitting up here, so,
True.
I mean, we
I
could,
agree it should be
Yeah,
spelled
that's
out.
fine.
Yeah, spell it
that
out.
public comment,
It's an opportunity for public comment.
2 minutes per, is that what it is?
for anyone in the city, not just in that district.
But is it 2 or 3 minutes? What is for town halls? What do we want
I
to?
can never remember.
I mean, I think it
One's
should be
one, one's the
longer
other.
than 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think
It's their
3.
opportunity to share.
But we have to put it in writing.
3.
so-
I understand, but we don't have business to take care of, so it is the time to listen.
3 minutes per person?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
And what else were we just saying? Oh, time constraints. Should this be added to the language underneath it? All regular and special meetings shall end? Because it's not technically a special meeting.
I think it says it down there.
It's a town, it doesn't say anything about
Under
what time.
4, commission, all workshops shall end at 10, or we could move it for town halls? Oh.
Yeah, it
okay.
doesn't say it for town halls.
Right.
Yeah, but it could start at 2 in the afternoon, so
Yeah.
it would be weird to say it
We
ends
would
at
never do
10.
it 2 in the afternoon, but.
But we did one in the middle of the day on like a Saturday, I thought. Didn't we?
I-
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I thought we did at Compass.
We didn't, they were both at night,
Oh, sorry.
and I don't remember timing people because there weren't that many people that spoke.
Right. Yeah, I
And the notice clearly states there are 2 hours, pretty
Right.
much. And the
Okay, all
notice clearly states that.
govern yourself accordingly.
right.
Wait, it does state that, or it doesn't?
Not in
No,
here,
in
it
here it
doesn't.
doesn't. She said
But I
the
don't know that
notice.
No,
we-
in the notice, the public notice,
Then let's put that in
my
here that
suggestion
they're
would
2
be,
hours.
let's not put every possible thing for, you know what I'm saying?
So let's limit it to 2 hours then. That'll take
Yeah.
care of it.
Yeah. From wherever it starts.
Then we
Yeah,
have to
I
2
would,
hours
I
max.
would add that in there.
Yeah.
2 hours.
I think we all agree to add it in there, the 2-hour.
So 2 hours for town halls.
Yep.
Okay.
I got to the last paragraph of Rule 1, and I read it a couple times forward, a couple times backwards, a few times. Yeah. And I finally wrote unclear is the best. The "and" isn't a problem. The "and" just, the edit there is just added or took out a comma. But the whole paragraph, I don't know that we should fix it now, but it's obscure.
Yeah, well, Rule 1 is exempt from the provisions of Rule 11.
Where's Rule
Rule 11 is amendment or waiver of rules. The rules of procedure may be amended and waived by majority vote, provided that no such amendment shall conflict with any applicable provision of Florida law, the city charter, or an ordinance of the city. So this is, and this has been here for a long time, we just never looked at it. Rule 1 is exempt from, okay, and shall not be waived. Okay, so
You got to remember
that's,
whatever
we
the
can't
heck
go
you just
beyond.
said.
No, what that is, that's talking about,
If
what
somebody's.
time city commission meetings cease. That goes to number 6.
And it's the only rule that we can change on the fly by extending it from 10 to 11.
And that's it.
And that's it.
Right.
I suspect that that paragraph could be stated more clearly,
Deleted.
but I don't think we should try to figure that out on the fly right now. It's
Okay.
just a placeholder.
Okay, thank you. Okay, keep going. Member participation by
Duties of the
phones.
chair. I guess Rule 5.
Okay, Rule 6, order of business.
How about Rule 5? I have Rule 5, order of business.
Me too.
Oh,
Yeah.
fine, all
I
right.
have Rule 5.
Me too. It's just late and my eyes are tired. Rule 5, order of business. I have a comment. I would, I would like to do public participation of non-agenda items at the end of the meeting.
Agreed.
And I would like to also add a proviso that any public comment has to have some direct link to the city of, the business of the city of Lake Worth. Boynton Beach does this. That
A lot of cities do.
a lot of cities do, you know, this is not Hyde Park. This is a business meeting of the city of Lake Worth Beach. So I would like a limit on anything having to do directly with the city or the citizens of the city, not just any,
So should it be public participation of non-agenda
right.
city items or city business?
Or please, that might help, but I wanted to be, I think that we should make it clear that that is what we're talking about.
And I guess when you do a legal document, usually there's a definition section that says, defines what is city business and what is not city business. And,
Or common sense may dictate.
well, your common sense and my common sense could possibly differ. and the public's common sense or sense of what is reasonable to consider as part of the city's business might be quite different than ours.
Mr. Diaz. Mr. Diaz, I'll call you in just a second, but our city manager has a comment.
I would like to defer to our city attorney, because I know Boynton and some other
Right.
cities do have some type of rule like this as far as
Yeah.
everything kind of pertaining to that particular city, but I'm not sure how their language is. Or like Commissioner McCoy is talking about, how do you actually define what is city business and what is not?
Right. So what I would recommend is if there's a consensus to look at putting some type of limitation that hasn't been placed before on public comment on non-agenda items, is that we research what other cities have done and make sure that there's not case law out there, because this is a limited public forum.
Right.
To date, the city, to my knowledge and experience, has never put any kind of limitations on public comment on non-agenda items. So this would be a new rule, which you can certainly do. The only thing I know about this issue is that you have to be absolutely consistent with it.
Right.
And so if there's going to be a new rule, the rule's got to be clear and we've got to be consistent. So I would recommend we do a little research on this, because what I was concerned from some of the meetings I've seen recently where they do have this limitation is, how is it clearly defined so everybody's on the same page as to what is and what is not considered, whatever you call it, within the city's jurisdiction, pertaining to the city, what are those parameters? So we can get everybody on the same page so it's clear, because where it's unclear, where it seems
Right.
arbitrary and capricious, that's when we're going to run into First Amendment issues.
Okay, so can we ask, do we have consensus to ask the city attorney to look into that and try to define that?
Consent.
You can look into it. I am not comfortable with putting restrictions on it. I'm also very not comfortable with moving it to the end of the meeting. I think that sends a very poor message and a very undemocratic message, a very unparticipatory, a very untransparent message. And I don't want to send that message to our community.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable with that suggestion. I appreciate Ms. Godot's effort to look into it, because it's a slippery slope to content regulation. And, we have, I'm trying to be nice about it. Like, as pointed out, consistency is going to be really key here. And quite frankly, we haven't been great at that. And I think we could potentially be getting ourselves or putting ourselves at risk if depending on how we could draft this sort of thing. I'm curious to see what other cities do and how they handle that those standards, because it's a tough one. And generally, the history of our city, at least in recent history, our flavor has been more on the grounds of open expression and the allowance of all kinds of express speech. And I think that's a hallmark of our city. That's something that people often, yes, people do critique some of the things we have to hear about, but I think more often than not, people really appreciate how open we are and willing. I think we're the only ones that take online comments still, for example, and things like that. We seem to go out of our way to listen to people, and I think that's something that we should kind of carry on. And similarly, putting it at the end of the agenda kind of falls in that category. And it's a tough one, because I know there's been, I remember at least a couple instances where we've gone the opposite direction, right? Where at least on agenda items, not necessarily non-agenda, but on our on our agenda items, something would be at the end of the night, and there'd be 50 people waiting to comment, and out of respect for them, we move that item towards the beginning of the agenda items.
That's
And
an
I think,
agenda item, yes.
yeah, and I'm thinking, and I believe in that same spirit, public participation of non-agenda. I mean, it's in the name. If you're gonna put in some sort of effort to say, well, it has to be certain specific issues, then I guess it's not really just non-agenda items, right? There's going to be parameters. And I just think it's a little bit of a slippery slope, and we have to be really, really careful with this idea.
And I also think that part of the thought that we, in terms of moving it to the end, is we have staff here, and they sit here, and they have to be at work the next day, and they have no choice about being here, and I think out of respect to the staff, this is, again, let me remind us, this is a business meeting of the city of Lake Worth.
What if we
Beach.
moved it under new business before we did our liaison comments? Give the public the floor first. So do our business first. Let staff go home and all the presenters go home, and then we wait and let public comment come before us. So after new business be public comment on non-agenda items.
That's fine, but again, but that's after we do our business. That's
Right, but I'm
all
saying-
my point is that we do.
Okay, but
let
when
our-
you said the end, so I'm just
Oh,
saying. if
that's
we
fine.
move it
Yeah, I
up,
don't, that's
So go
fine.
new business and then public comment of non-agenda items.
That's
then
fine.
That's
we
still
go last.
basically putting it at the very end.
After we
because-
do our
That's
city business.
45, that's an hour, that's like an hour by the time we get through all those other comments of ours.
Yeah. And I do believe that it's incumbent upon us to actually do our city business before
Absolutely.
everything else. Ms. May?
This is hard because I think that it is important that the public get to share what's on their mind. I would like to find out what the wording is for other cities on how it is worded to keep it relatively within the parameters of Lake Worth Beach. I don't ever want to stifle somebody, but I also think about the fact that we have this, sometimes we have paid consultants here, we have staff here. I really, in respect to that, their time and what we have posted on the agenda, I think that it makes sense to put anything that we can control, like our reports, the city manager's report, the city attorney's report. I mean, you can't leave till the end of the meeting anyway, right? So I'm just checking. So
Paid to be here.
it makes sense if we are going to move it to after new business. I would be okay with that, but I don't want people to have to sit here all night.
No, I-
Just,
No, but that's, right.
you know, especially if it's, how do we know? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's tough. I want to make sure that we get the business of Lake Worth Beach done, but I also don't want to stifle anybody. But we
but I
do
mean,
have to remember that this is a business meeting.
Yeah. So I would agree to putting it after new business.
I
You disagree?
think the word stifling is a perfectly good choice of word there.
Well, we're
The
still
business of a city in a democracy is open exchange of ideas, expression of things that people care about.
So
But
you-
we're
And
not
this is their
taking it
one
away.
occasion to do
We're not
that.
taking it away.
we're not
We're
even-
not taking it away. We're
Let
moving it.
him finish.
Moving it to the end sends a very clear message to your community of what you think of their input. I would say, I would not do that. I don't think that's a very good idea. We are making a lot of issue of, well, this is a business meeting and we have very important business to do. You can do other solutions to that. For instance, you could let staff, not the city attorney, I don't think that's possible, sorry, no, nothing personal, but a lot of staff could attend by Zoom, and they have one item that's on the tail ends of the meeting somewhere or other, they can attend by Zoom, and somebody says, hey, you're up in 5 minutes, you can stop watching TV or whatever it is, and, you know, be ready to answer a question if something should come up. There are ways to help staff out. Might or might not work with some of the paid consultants, but we don't have paid consultants at every meeting. So I think we're making quite a bit of noise about the business of the city. The business of democracy is a very important part of our country, and that is public participation.
Ms. Malega?
And we do that, and like Commissioner Diaz just said, we are one of the only cities that are still allowing public comment online. We have YouTube, we have recordings, and we're not saying we don't, of course we want to hear from the public, but again, I think that that's a compromise. Instead of being at the end, just do it right after new business. Okay, before we get into anything else that we have to talk about, let's hear from the public on what's
But
on their mind.
the bulk of the meeting is unfinished business and new business, so that's putting it essentially at the end.
Still get to talk about
Right. It's just, who are you going to inconvenience, staff or the public?
And it's not really inconveniencing the public. It's just letting them know not to be here at 6 o'clock, because if you're here at 6, chances are you're going to sit here and wait till 10 o'clock anyway.
6 minutes.
And on that point, can I have a motion to extend the meeting
No.
till 11, please?
Motion to
No.
extend.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second,
I'm sorry, was that Vice Mayor?
begrudgingly, yes. I hate when we're here this late.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz, there he
All
is.
right, so we have one more hour. All right, now we're looking, I've just been handed a bunch of cards. I've got to go through what this is. Anybody want to talk?
What is our time right now,
this-
Melissa, on this
Yeah,
item?
how far are we?
Minutes and 45 seconds left.
I'm sorry, what?
No, on this particular item, how much have we used up of our 30 minutes?
You have 6 minutes and 45 seconds left of the
Oh,
30.
we didn't hear I didn't hear the 6, for some reason.
For us to talk, not for the public.
Right.
I do have, if you're going to move to public comment, which is
Well,
fine.
We're not done yet.
we have miles to go before we sleep.
Thank you, I like Robert Frost too.
Can we just go to like, to
My big
whoever's
one
stuff
is
is most
Rule
pressing?
12 is the biggest one on my concern.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about Rule 3? Why are there different times why is there a 2-minute versus a 3-minute?
It just is, I can't remember why.
Rule 3 says.
Madam Mayor, I have the answer to that.
All right.
So
Let's hear
public
it.
comment was 2 minutes. And a few years ago, it was changed to 3 because a lot of people felt that 2 minutes wasn't long enough during their public participation. So there was a rule change to make it 3 minutes.
So it's 3 minutes if you're not talking about things that are on the agenda, but it's only 2 minutes if you're talking about things that are on the agenda?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, just also,
Oh, wait,
just one point. Since we lumped public comment on consent agenda and non-agenda items, we gave longer as well because you may also be making a comment about consent agenda. And depending on how many items are on consent agenda, we wanted to make sure that there was time to comment on all those if you wanted to comment on everything on consent. Because as you may recall, it used to be that a lot of things were
A
Oh,
on
lot of
consent.
things, I was just going to
Right,
say.
and we've cut that
So
down.
that's some of the
Okay.
background on that as
Thank
well.
you. Thank you for clarification.
Yeah, we've taken a lot off consent. Okay, so where are we? We are on 4.
I don't have a problem with 4.
No, I didn't have a problem until 12 either.
I think I'm fine with 6.
Well, 5,
I
we
think
still
I'm fine
haven't-
with
Oh,
7.
no, we haven't decided about 5.
8, 9, 10.
What?
I was just about to ask about number 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's.
12 is the biggie.
Okay, but we're still on 5. And I'd like to have some
Yeah, I
resolution.
had one last thing with
Oh,
five.
Mr. Diaz, I'm sorry.
And forgive me because I've had a long day traveling, but I don't know the exact answer to this, and this is kind of an open-ended question, more of a thought to think about as a suggestion, which is there might be an opportunity there. I mean, it seems like I hate to put it this way, but it's pretty accurate. Who are we going to inconvenience? The public or, paid experts and lobbyists and attorneys and developers who are being paid to sit in a room and wait? I think there might be an opportunity there to, and I don't know exactly how to do this. It would take some research, but if we could maybe have the non-agenda comments somewhat towards the beginning and having kind of the work part of our meeting have a time certain start. I think Town of Palm Beach does something similar to some degree, where they basically guarantee that our public hearings are going to start at this time in the meeting, same for agenda items, whatever. But just something to look into and to consider.
So I'm interested in hearing this. So if we say we're going to allow half an hour for public comment at 3 minutes apiece, that's 10 people. So if they're the 11th person, they don't get to speak. Is that pretty clear how they do it?
I'm not sure exactly if that's how they do it specifically, but that is somewhat of something that could happen. But again, it's, if you have 100 people in a room, how do you cut them off? And it's just something to consider, because it seems like the crux of the problem is the time that things start. So you don't want, a developer sitting in a room waiting, not knowing when his public hearing is about to start. Well, the same can be said for the members of the public who also have jobs, probably have families at home at night, and are sitting in a room waiting for their opportunity to give comment. And with, everything, most things being unfinished and new business and public hearings, who knows what time that will be. So, they can show up not at 6 when the meeting starts, but they
Right.
don't really know what time to show up because we don't have a time.
Okay, so, and I think I'm thinking that we should probably reserve this piece of it for like more discussion and more, because that's an interesting idea. So-
And maybe some research of what other cities
Right,
do.
exactly, that's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
Madam
just-
Mayor, if I may, because
Sure.
I know Riviera Beach, they have a time certain for public comment to stop. So they stop their business meeting, have public comment, and then go back to business. So we could certainly take a look at what other cities are doing, because if Lake Worth Beach is going to continue to do both, sort of the online comments and the in-public comments, then maybe you think about addressing the public that are here, their comments under the current system, and your online are addressed at a later time in the agenda.
Okay.
But we can look at what other cities are doing as well.
Ms. May, did you have a comment?
Well, I was just thinking also, I mean, I think we should wait on this.
Yeah.
But whatever we decide, it's not like we can't change it.
Right, it's a resolution.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, also, I just realized that public participation on non-agenda items and consent agenda can't be after the consent agenda.
Right.
So we either have to separate those.
You will have to.
Well, that,
agenda would have to have public participation.
no.
No, it would have to be ahead of it.
Yes,
Which is probably why it's there right now.
correct.
So we, all right,
But
so
the
let's,
public participation of non-agenda items could get moved down.
Right.
So like you said, to other city business.
Right.
But I'm saying that
Down
the
further.
consent agenda would have to still be able to participate.
I move in the interest of time, we agree that we're not going to resolve Rule 5 now. We're going to do more research on it, including the
yes,
issue that
that's
was
what
just
we
brought up.
We just decided that. Okay, so 12.
So I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, so can we leave it that we're going to move the commission liaison report, city manager's report, city attorney's report to the end, as we had said, and leave public participation where it is for now?
Yes,
Thank you.
subject to amendments later. Okay, Rule 12. And I think we all have some comments on Rule 12. I think the intent was there, but I think the language is a little unfortunate. Okay.
We have like 4.5 minutes to finish this conversation.
Okay, well,
Yeah, but
okay, matters may be placed, but, okay.
I,
At the very least, I would add city manager or city attorney to put it on the agenda.
but let's take it separate then. Let's take the who can put stuff on the agenda separate from the presentations, because those are kind of two
Well, this is,
separate
that's
things.
what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
12.
so just this top part, right?
Right, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Rule number 1, Rule 12, sub 1.
Okay. What's the other sub under? It's also
It's
one.
also 1.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
there's
Yeah,
something
two
weird
sub
about the
ones.
numbering, but
Yeah.
Okay, that's,
presumably it's 1 and 2.
okay, so first, matters may be placed, who places things on the
So
agenda?
what I'm
Ms.
thinking,
May, you're up.
I'm thinking we can put something that says matters directly affecting.
Folks, please.
Matters directly affecting the business of Lake Worth Beach and/or Lake Worth Beach residents may be placed on the agenda by city staff, the mayor, any commissioner, the city manager, or the city attorney in adherence with the agenda submission deadlines. So I think that we should still, all of us have been elected to make policy, and we should be able to put policy on the agenda.
Right.
But I don't think if I decided that on Wednesdays we wear pink and I wanted that to be a rule, I don't think I should be able to put that on there. People didn't elect me to do that. So I shouldn't be able to just put anything. It has to be something specific about the city, Lake Worth Beach specifically. Everybody should wear pink Wednesdays.
Employees were pink.
But I don't know how you, but then we go back to how do you know what is exactly the city business? But I think that I don't want to take away the ability of commissioners, because that idea
Right.
that we're going to get consensus before we get consensus doesn't make sense.
Right.
No.
So,
I agree.
Yeah, so we should still all be able to do that, but I also think that, I mean, we don't want to have things that like the wearing pink is trivial. So that would be a waste of our time. You know, and some things that are not a waste of our time may be something that we've even discussed and said, no, we're not going to do that, and it keeps coming back. So how do we clarify this in the most democratic way possible is what I'm looking for.
Well,
Madam
something,
Mayor, we're at 30 minutes.
oh,
Can we make a motion to continue the conversation or no?
I think we can, according to rules.
Well, look at rule number.
yeah, we have the rules.
Yeah.
We can.
Can we, I'm going to make a motion to continue this conversation.
I'll second that. I think it was a motion to continue.
Yes.
I'll second that if,
I think, all right.
Madam Mayor?
All, yes?
One suggestion I would have is if you look at basically your basic form of government, city, manager form of government.
Right,
It's your CEO, this is your policy board.
right.
So I think one parameter you could be is that your agenda item needs to relate to policy
Of the city.
of the city. Because that's really the role that you're supposed to be playing. Your CEO, your staff should be bringing forward items that are operational, day-to-day administrative ordinance, those types of things. You're our policymakers. So I think one consideration is that it be policy related.
Interesting.
and if I could comment on that.
Mr. McVoy?
The current language is, I think, actually, before all the edits to it, matters may be placed on the agenda by, and then a variety of different people, staff, staff and the mayor or the commissioner or the city manager or the city attorney. I think that's pretty reasonable language. Yes, there is a danger that McVoy loses his mind and decides every meeting to put, ask for the craziest stuff to be put on. That is a possibility. That is a danger. Is it a real and present danger? Well, that's probably getting a little further out there. I think there's a certain amount of self-governing that most people who run for office probably want to get it elected again. And if they get a reputation that they're always putting crazy stuff on, they probably won't get elected again, and they probably think about that. So leaving it matters, I think, takes care of that problem, that it self-regulates. You don't get that much stuff that's going to be an issue. I think that it sounds like I'm hearing that there's quite a bit of consensus that as part of the democratic process and as the elected folks, anybody from the commission ought to be able to propose something beyond. Doesn't mean we have to vote to agree with it, but we ought to at least hear it out, that there is an importance. And I think for me, the thought process is there's a reason why you don't have one commissioner or one mayor. You have 5 or 7 or whatever the number is in your community, because a range of ideas is crowdsourcing, and you don't want the majority saying the minority can't put anything
Well,
on.
we're not saying that.
Yeah, well, we are saying that right there.
Well, we took
Yeah,
out the consensus.
I would just say the existing language is pretty reasonable,
Ms. May?
except that the to with, I'm okay with that grammatical change.
You have to put your hand down so you can see my light.
Yeah, she was for next,
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay.
and Reynolds.
Hard to keep track sometimes. I see Mr. Diaz's hand up.
While I appreciate your
Whatever.
insight, I think that the major reason that we're talking about this is because we have very limited staff. We have staff turnover. And unfortunately, if we don't have consensus, we're sending staff down these rabbit holes and in 3 different directions. And I honestly think that again, back to, this is a city and we're functioning as a business, but for staff turnover and staff time, I think that we, again, that's why we started the pre-agenda meetings. It was to talk about consensus before we started sending, you want 5 things, you want to wear pink, you want to wear, everybody had their own wish list and we weren't getting anything done. And I think that having something, some kind of language that whatever's being added to the city agenda either has to have consensus from the commission or to do with city business or the business that's going to affect the city, some kind of language like that. I would like to like know what other cities do. But to me, to streamline it, because again, whoever's sitting in this seat down the road, yes, things can always change, but we see how hard this is to make these changes and how grueling it is. I just think that while I love your insight, I think that we need to narrow it down a little bit more to either consensus, majority consensus, city business, something.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
in anticipation, I did reach out to all of the municipalities in the county.
Okay.
And the vast, vast, vast majority
How vast?
require
How fast is
consensus
that?
of the commission to add anything to the agenda. For a commissioner to add something to the agenda, there has to be either consensus or majority vote.
Oh,
So
interesting.
they do it either, some cities have, like during your commission comments, a commissioner proposes something during the pre-agenda workshops, somebody proposes something. And that's how it's done in most of the other cities. They don't just allow things to be put on without consensus.
Madam Mayor, I know that in Green Acres, if you want a council member, you want to add it to the agenda, it goes on the agenda under discussion.
Oh,
There's a discussion on it, and then it's determined whether it's actually turned into a regular agenda item.
so it's not, and what I hear from the clerk is that that's not uncommon. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you. I think, did you say that was for, sorry, Ms. Clerk, was that agenda items or just everything in general?
Yes, so that would be regular agenda items, presentations, anything that a commissioner wants
Anything.
added to the agenda has to
Okay.
be consensus. Some have a separate topic on the agenda to discuss future agenda items, but they don't allow them just to put them on the agenda.
Okay. I mean, I certainly don't love that because of the potential of gatekeeping, but for the rest of it, I'll give 2 really specific examples, right? And for example, if we limit subject matter to city-related business, well, we really need to probably consider the definition of what is city-related business.
We've talked
because
about doing that, actually, with the attorney.
Yeah, I know. And we got to really consider it because, a specific example, if a teacher comes in and says, hey, I have this program, I need donations, well, technically that's a school board issue. So
But
they would,
if it's for Lake Worth kids, it's a Lake Worth issue.
if it's funding though, but, and then another one, and again, this is exactly why having too much of a policy written down could potentially lead us to some issues in terms of it not being clear enough. I know we want to be more clear by adding more words on the paper, but more often than not, what we're doing is we're gonna open the door to even more confusion. I mean, your definition of what is a city-related business might not be the same as somebody else's. And the other, language that's in here, for example, limiting presentations to only professionals. Well, by definition,
We're not talking about that, right? We're not there yet.
Okay, I'll hold off on that then.
Okay, Ms. May?
I think that to leave it exactly how it is inappropriate. I think unfortunately, we're at the point where we need to be specific. And we need to be specific to say something along the lines of, that it affects Lake Worth Beach,
Okay.
Lake Worth Beach residents.
We've been talking about this for a long time. We've asked the city attorney to look at the parameters that might be available. I'm going to ask that it's 10:14, we've got we have more public comment. I've got many public comment cards about this. I would like to, do we have a motion in a second? Madam Clerk, do we have a motion in a second?
We do not.
I didn't think we did.
What did you
All these people then will be here, I mean. What? We- There's no motion.
Hang on, can we
Maybe-
hang on, can we pause this conversation and go to D and E and knock those two things out and then bring this back real quick? So we don't leave these two things on, not D and E, I'm sorry, C and E. Is that something we can easily get through? To at least, to be able to go back
The
to,
residency requirement, because we're going to be hitting 11 o'clock.
right, and then we're gonna be out of time to finish the agenda.
I think C and E are both probably pretty,
Can we table it for 10, 15, whatever, 10 minutes to get through these other two items real quick?
To make sure we get, yes, we're going to
Is that a doable?
adjourn this particular conversation and go to another item.
Okay.
Because
Can move
I think
to-
we need more
Move it
time
to
on
lay
this
it on
one.
the table?
Let's lay it on the table.
Lay it on, lay it on the table for
Lay it
a
on the
brief
table.
moment.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. I'm just
Okay,
trying
so
to
now we're going to jump
I'm
ahead.
sorry, we need a motion and second for that.
Motion to lay it on the table for 10 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we're jumping ahead to C, which is the residency requirement for the city manager.
and since the backup is not necessarily the same as what it currently is, could somebody read what it currently says? 'Cause it
Currently
was-
or the change?
No, what we're proposing to vote on, it was changed yesterday.
No, but they decided that, because I put something forward to change it, you put something forward to change it. They said, no, we're gonna leave exactly as it is, so I'm gonna make a motion to change it to what we said.
Okay, so let's start with the motion.
We
let's-
lost.
All right, let's start with a motion in a second.
Okay,
Oops.
can I make a motion to change the,
Make a motion to, we have to
Whatever.
talk about it, just motion to approve, and then we make the changes.
all right, motion to approve, to discuss.
Right, any second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, now we can talk.
What's your change?
Okay, so I think that when I read through this.
Can you speak into your microphone, please?
Oh, I was, it just wasn't on. When we talked about this last time, and I know that you went back, city clerk, and looked at it a million times, but the way that I remember this was, we said it would be preferred that the city commissioner live in the city.
City
but
manager.
City manager live in the city, but required that they live within the 20 miles of the northwest and southwest
says.
corner.
That's what it says.
That's not what it says
No,
until you get
it's
to
not what
what
it
we
says.
said. Read it.
Yeah,
It is
I don't know why
preferred
we're
but
not
not
going-
required, the city manager reside within 20,
No, but that's
Miles.
not what we said. We said it's preferred that they live in the city limits, but it's required that they
Okay.
live within the 20 miles.
Good
right.
point.
The language was
The
just
language
not
was
right.
not right.
it's backwards.
So I can tell, I can give the proposed change.
Go.
Wait, where's the one with the corners? Here it is. So the residency requirement for the city manager is that they live within the city limits, or that's preferred that they live within the city limits, but required that they live within 20 miles of the northwest and southwest corners of the city.
Bingo.
So northwest, I mean, I don't understand the northwest, I mean,
Northwest boundaries.
it seems like,
So you can go
20
20 miles up and 20 miles down.
not west, you can't live?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
kitty corner.
Yes, west.
You
A
can
20-mile
measure- you have to-
radius
How about
from
just
the
like
corner.
20
Just
miles
say
from City Hall?
20-mile radius of the
Right.
city.
Because that doesn't really get you far. We talked about that the last meeting. Oh, city manager.
City manager,
Yeah, what we had discussed last time was, because if you just say 20-mile radius of the city,
Where?
are we talking about down by the gym on Wingfield?
I'd say
Are we
City
talking
Hall.
about 18th
beach.
Avenue North or up
City
by the
Hall.
C-51?
I think City Hall.
So do you want to say 20 miles from 7 Dixie? We just need to specify where in the city.
Yeah.
Because depending on where you do your 20 miles, it could be a 7-mile difference.
And technically, 20 miles that way, you're in Ocean
Anyway.
so you can't really go east.
Right,
I mean, they could live on a boat.
all right, stop.
I believe that's why you guys, we discussed the
Northwest and
corners,
south.
because that encompasses, with that radius, that encompasses everything. All the way out to the water.
Oh, all right.
all the way
That's what we,
west.
that's what we talked about
All
last.
right.
That encompasses everything.
All right.
So, but again, if you guys desire to actually give an address within the city, and that's where the limit goes from, we just need to be specific.
All right, no, that's fine.
No.
It just, but the change of language is preferred that the city manager live in the city, however, it's required that they
right.
live within 20 miles, and I understand the northwest is, all right. Okay,
So
So with that change,
Motion to, we already have a first and a second.
okay, do we have a
Well,
motion to change the,
A motion to change that.
and Mr. McVoy was the seconder, and so he's gone?
I'll second.
The amendment?
Yep.
Okay, so, all in favor of it with the change?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Diaz?
He left.
Aye.
All right, 4-0.
Aye, okay,
4-0.
4-0. Okay, then the last, the one that we're going to
So,
talk.
Madam Mayor, we amended the motion to approve. Now you actually have to approve the ordinance.
Okay, so now we have to have a motion to, all right, that was the.
Oh,
That's where
okay.
it gets.
We just
So-
approved
Right.
the amendment.
Oh, it's good somebody's keeping track.
Approved amending it, right?
Motion to approve the ordinance
As amended.
as amended in the previous motion.
Second.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
with the corners.
Yes.
Okay,
It
thank you.
expands it.
I second the,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
We second the corners.
it's the corner motion.
It's the corner motion. I'm backed into a corner.
All
Okay,
right.
the next thing.
Now
that
you
we're
can
gonna
apply
talk
for the
about
job officially.
Is, yeah, right, as if.
E, right?
E, which is, I am not going to be at the Florida League of Cities Annual Business Meeting. I am the voting representative. We need someone to be the voting representative, and I would,
Is that the one in August?
that's
Yes,
one in
ma'am.
August. yeah.
I nominate Vice Mayor Maliga, who will be attending. I'll be there too, but I think you're more appropriate.
Okay, any second?
Sure.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
I'm so excited.
I didn't say grudgingly.
Thank you, Ronaldo.
Begrudgingly,
All right.
who wants to be here till 11 o'clock at night?
Yeah, well, and we have,
Did Mr. Diaz vote?
he did.
All right.
Now we're back. Now we can,
Okay, now, I'm saying I don't think that, it's 10:21, we have a lot of people, I mean, and there's public comment, all kinds of public comment about this change. Oh, Anna Maria, you wanted me to read something about the move of the city manager? What?
Still viable.
Oh, let me look for it. Yeah, well, at 11 o'clock, we're closing this party down.
Hey, Madam Mayor,
Yep.
I believe that last, I think it was Anthony Sedrich's, you good?
This one.
Sorry about that.
I'm looking for Anna Maria. Oh, Anna Maria, where'd I put you? Well, Anna Maria wants to read something about where the city manager lives, and I'm looking for her. Could you want to just say something, Anna Maria,
In the mic.
at the mic?
It would be faster if you read it, but I would consider that you get an apartment for the
I'm
city.
sorry, we can't hear you.
You want to, I'm looking for your card.
Sorry, so sorry.
Good night by now. Anyway, Commissioners, my consideration for
Who
the
are you?
city manager's residence.
Anna Maria, name and address, honey, for the record.
Just say your name.
Anna Maria Hunt, 404 South C Street. And what I basically put on the card was, would you or could you consider getting an apartment that the city owns that you will have use for the city manager? He has a family. They could come visit him. We have a beach. We're touristy. But I think we need him here when
Stay on the weekend,
when
but
a
in the
hurricane
apartment.
hits. What if the streets are closed? Where's he gonna be?
At the Emergency Operations Center.
So I basically feel.
He or she.
Oh,
we
it's
should
something
get
you need
him
to tell
an
us?
apartment that the city owns and maintains, and he will be here when we need him.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you. There's so many piles of cards here. Yeah, really. That's done, that's done. I'm sorry, Maria, I just didn't find your card. Okay. So now we have quite a few people that want to talk about this resolution for the changes in the protocol, unfinished business.
What if we said that the city manager would determine whether or not it was directly affecting the business of
It's a
Lake Worth
thought,
Beach?
but that gives him a lot of power to, I mean, some it's the mayor, some it's, I think, I would really like to revisit this. I would really like to table this agenda item, talk about it more. It's not time sensitive.
I'm fine with tabling it.
Um,
I'm also fine with including the things that we did resolve. I think it was the workshop stuff and maybe something else. I'm fine with incorporating those and then tabling the rest of it.
That's fine.
City manager has his letter.
Do you need a motion to that effect?
Are we going to listen to public comment first? Yes. You have to put your light up here, we can't see it.
I know, why the mayor can see it.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, if we want to, and based on what Commissioner Boyd just said, if we're going to table this to another meeting, do we want to hold off on making these changes so we can just do one large, whatever changes we make, we can just do one update to this resolution instead of kind of piecemealing it a little by little?
Why wouldn't we already went halfway through it, let's make those changes and then bring the rest of it back.
I'm just asking,
Yeah.
it's up to
I
you
think-
guys, how many
I
times you
think
want to bring it
that's-
back.
I'm fine either way.
We're waiting.
We're about, they're right here.
We're not voting, she's going through them.
Well, we're not voting, but we do have quite a few public comments.
She's
so
organizing them.
I'm not putting that there, that's your, and as a matter of fact,
All right, let's
you're right
listen
up
to
there.
them.
So,
Did we want to give some direction on?
okay, Mary
Okay.
Lindsay, you're up. Mary, followed by Peggy Fisher. On deck is Nafisa Naz.
On the bright side, I don't know who I have to thank for the improvements to the ladies' room downstairs, but it is much nicer than it has ever been.
It's lovely.
It's, yeah, very nice. All those little amenities are appreciated. I wanted to speak on several aspects of this resolution. Number one, tell me if I'm wrong, because I know we changed the charter
Rest for
in
the
a
record,
bunch of
please.
ridiculous ways.
Just say your name, please. and if
Mary
you-
Lindsay, 327 Columbia Drive.
Thank you.
Oh, God, you can't do that to an old woman.
I know.
You were saying,
City manager, yes, residency, thank you.
No, your card is about unfinished business rules of procedure.
Yeah, that, it's the whole thing.
But
The
their
whole
resident,
rules of procedure.
but the manager is a separate item.
that's a separate one.
That was a separate item.
Oh,
And we
for
voted on
God's
that one.
sakes. All right, so where are we now?
Rules and
The rules and-
procedures.
Rules and procedure.
Let's hear your,
Well, I still have to say it since we didn't get an opportunity to speak before you voted on that.
All right, what,
Doesn't it say in our
well, you don't
charter?
have you don't have a
Isn't it
card about it.
required by
You didn't do a card about it. That's all.
Okay.
There's no cards about it.
If only professionals are allowed to make presentations, then I've given my last presentation before this commission. Whereas in the past, as the president of Tropical Ridge, as the president of College Park, as the chairman of the NAPC, as a member of the Library Advisory Board, and oh yes, as the director of the Lake Worth Little Free Libraries Project, I cannot give you any presentations at all because I am not a professional. I am a volunteer.
Okay, which is, go ahead.
And I strongly urge you to change that language from professional to recognized leader or something like that, that doesn't leave we who get no paychecks at all, but we work our butts off for this city, the opportunity to present. And that includes all of the city advisory boards except for HRPB and P&Z, because you do have professionals on there.
All right, thank you.
Please,
Thank you.
please
Thank
make
you.
that change.
I just think we hadn't gotten there yet, Mary, on this whole list. I think that's something we're all agreeing with. Ms. Fisher? Followed by Ms. Mafis, okay.
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. The County Commission of Palm Beach County starts their meeting at 9:30 in the morning. Public comments on just general matters start at 2:00 p.m. The public can submit cards to talk on specific items, but public matters, not on agenda items,
Right.
start at 2:00. So I think there's a lot of precedent for having non-agenda public participation being at the end of the meeting. One of the problems I have with any conversation that we get to have is that you all keep saying the same things over and over and over, and it's like you want to hear yourself talk. And we get tired of hearing the same thing over and over and over. We get tired of waiting until 8 o'clock to start anything. That's part of the problem with this. The number of presentations, the number of proclamations, the things that get thrown in before any city business, official city business, taking a vote, giving direction to the city manager to actually enact something, takes several hours. And I'm going to make a comment about people yelling from the audience. In the past, Commissioner McVoy would be totally offended and ask the mayor to please quiet the audience. So let's quiet the audience, even if it is a former commissioner who's yelling from the back of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nafisa, and I cannot read your handwriting. Are you still here? Thank you. How do you say your last name? This is on unfinished business, item A? Yes. Okay. Name and address?
My address is 1134 19th Avenue North, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, 33460. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I do a lot of work in this community. I've been a constituent for around 4 to 5 years. I work in particular with the homeless, and I work with the LGBT community and low-income communities. I do a lot of work to help feed them. I'm also one of the people who's helping with the ceasefire resolution across the county.
Ma'am, this is not about that. This
I
is,
did say it was about that.
well, I'm telling you, this is
Yes,
public
I
comment on the specific agenda item. So if
I
you're new,
understand.
so please guide it that way.
I understand. As I was saying, I'm speaking with regards to this agenda item, and I do think it is a breach of democracy to go ahead and try and shut down presentations from the general public. I think as a commissioner, it is your duty to uphold people's right to expression as much as possible. As Commissioner Diaz said earlier, this is a community that is incredibly diverse. We have a lot of immigrant populations. We have a lot of low-income populations. We have a wealth of diversity here. And I think when you start putting up barriers to entry with regards to things like presentations, public commentary, and so on, you are doing a lot of people an injustice, and you're also not adhering to your responsibilities as you committed to. At the end of the day, we are your constituents. What we have to offer this community and what we want from this community is what's most important. And you may not believe that personally, but that is a part of your role and that is a part of your responsibility. So yes, I do believe it's an inherent betrayal of democracy and a betrayal of your community to even try to shut that down to begin with.
Thank you. Is Anthony Segrich still here? Yeah, there he is. And I would just please everyone take note, we have not finished the conversation.
Anthony
on
Segrich,
this.
601 South Palm Way. Thank you.
David Sims is up next.
So just in regards to the changes, everything that you guys have been discussing has been great. As a member of the community, and I've participated in these meetings for a long time, the order of the agenda is quite frustrating as a member of the public and as a member of the community. We do need to put the city's business first. The agenda items and the items that need to get voted on needs to come first. As somebody who's participated largely in non-public agenda items, I'm okay to wait. The city has to conduct its business first. I've got Facebook, I've got town halls, I got emails, I can express myself all over the place. So I would encourage you to continue along that, get the city's business done first. And it sounds like in terms of presentations and allowing members of the public to present presentations, that's the way that this commission is going. And I would strongly encourage you to do just that, not limiting it to professionals, because that opens you up to a lot of issues as who's professional on this item, that item, who's an expert,
We're gonna be-
and so on.
yeah, thank
And
you.
I think you guys are doing the right thing in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. David Sims is up next, followed by Kim Stokes.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. Just a few things. I think that if you have public participation of non-agenda items at the end, there will be many people in the audience that might have left by then. And so if somebody wants to bring an issue up in front of the community, there are fewer people hearing, and I think people deserve to be heard, and it's part of our First Amendment rights. And then another point about agenda items should be relevant to city business. there'd be one, like, I can think of one example, like, if something is a threat, something that doesn't have anything to do with the city is a threat to people in the city and outside of the city, and somebody wants to come up and just mention it, it would be in the interest of people to hear. So sometimes there are things that you should mention that may not be directly related to city business. I'm also kind of concerned about Rule 12. If a commissioner wants to bring something up that's relevant to the residents, particularly residents in his or her district, the commissioner should be able to do that without the majority or without the whole commissioner. If, the majority can tank an agenda item, that's not fair to the commissioner nor the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Stokes, followed by Melissa Salerno.
Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. It's very frustrating to have to listen throughout the entire night about the way that you want to quiet the voices of people you don't agree with. I think it's a very cowardly thing to do. If you don't want to vote for something, bring it to a business meeting, let the public hear you, and put your vote on record. Hiding behind a pre-agenda meeting and consensus, so what that is not a public meeting, you don't take public comment, to kill things before they even come before the public it's just cowardly. And Commissioner May, I know I'm not supposed to address you, but Mayor, I would like to know, in reference to Commissioner May's comments, where this is coming from, because she said something like, we're at the time now where we just can't keep this the way it is anymore. So please, somebody point to me in the last 2-3 years, how many times a commissioner added something to an agenda without going through the time and the slog of getting consensus in a public meeting because of the sunshine, and it was inappropriate. We don't have commissioners saying, I want to wear pink. Be professional. I agree with Commissioner McVoy. Govern yourselves. If you want to come to every single meeting and add a ridiculous agenda item, you are accountable to the voters, and they'll know about that. This is such an act of cowardice. Tell us where this is coming from. The public deserves to know why all night long we've been told you have to watch what you say at a protest. Well, I didn't hear that when Benny's was having a big protest because they wanted to milk the city for more than they deserved. I believe one of the commissioners actually agreed to a comment on Facebook that we should riot over this. So I think you all need to take a deep look at where this is coming from and how fair you are being, because it's very clear that you're trying to quiet certain voices, and you've successfully run the clock out on non-agenda public items by moving it to the end of this meeting. That was very inappropriate, and now you're considering doing it permanently. I'm not in favor.
Thank you. Ms. Melissa Salerno?
Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Since April, the Sunbirds for Liberation, a grassroots organization I have the privilege of being a part of, has been tirelessly attempting to engage with city officials to encourage open dialogue and education on our city's ability to have an impact on the current genocide being executed by the Israeli government on Palestinians. By passing a non-binding ceasefire resolution.
Okay, ma'am, this is about.
I'm getting there.
All right.
Thank you. I have my 3 minutes.
Go
By
ahead.
passing a non-binding ceasefire resolution, the city of Lake Worth Beach could make the powerful statement that our city doesn't endorse or condone the countless horrors we have witnessed innocent Palestinians.
Ma'am, this is not the agenda item
I'm
that
getting
you're
there.
talking
I
about.
have my 3 minutes. Thank you.
If you bring it up, it's
Okay,
2 minutes.
2 minutes, ma'am.
Countless horrors we have witnessed innocent Palestinians suffer by the hundreds of thousands. That Lake Worth Beach won't stand by silent and idle as Israel attempts to wipe Palestinians from existence. That Lake Worth Beach stands behind its claims as a welcoming, diverse, inclusive sanctuary city. However, the squirming lack of accountability and maneuvering I have witnessed from some elected officials have shown me exactly who some of the governing body is. Cowards who would rather abuse their positions of power via attempts to limit community participation and presentations with censorship practices for future meetings, while feigning naivety with comments like, quote, I just took this position to fill potholes. Looking at you, Commissioner May. Lake Worth Beach city officials, you cannot have it both ways. You cannot invoke community participation only when it's beneficial to you during elections, but tell us to sit down and shut up when you don't like what we have to say. I am appalled and ashamed that my city stands on the wrong side of history, that my city is complicit in ongoing genocide, that my
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Do I get more time for
no.
the times I was interrupted?
She counts
I
that time.
pause it when you're interrupted.
She's paused it.
Amazing.
Thank you. Erica Esch, followed by Joe Marcus? Marlis? Jay Marcus, Jay, sorry.
Good evening, Erica Ash, 1221 North Federal Highway, Lake Worth, Florida. I was here to speak on the call for our city to move forward with the ceasefire resolution because calling for an end to apartheid in a written document is the bare minimum to human decency. I will now focus on the blatant censorship of the public, which is baked into these meeting-related changes for discussion tonight, and urging a resounding no on unfinished business item A. Unfinished business item A in this resolution was written intentionally vague and designed to cripple public opinion, fostering a city commission that is in function, performing an act of exclusion, capitalism, classism, gesturing to the norms of bureaucracy, functioning to its own profitable aims, and locates a city as a business rather than a city as a geographical site where people live, love, and resist. This lawyered up verbiage aims to limit our capacity to influence the agenda, prioritizing development projects that serve tourists over poor and working class residents. It's a transparent effort to silence the voices of poor and working class people, perpetuating racism and classism by ignoring the deaths of, for instance, Palestinians, and the needs of local residents such as those experiencing houselessness. The removal of non-professional presentations from meetings is classist and silences everyday community voices. This commission's shift toward autocratic decisions is a blatant disregard for public representation on the most direct basis and the democratic processes thereof. We must vote no on unfinished business item A to preserve our right to public presentations and speech, which are crucial for legal accountability. The city has consistently ignored our demands, such as addressing the rent crisis, and it took persistent public comment and non-agenda item comment to bring attention to these issues, and when it was passed. The moving of non-agenda public comment to the end of the meeting is an obvious impact of a mayor who might favor the city business be defined as that which she can profit from and create the least resistance for herself to receive this profitability. I will not
Thank you, that's time.
I will not
Thank you.
allow Lois Frankel, an overt Zionist, to
Thank you.
put her
Your
hand
time
out
is up.
and collect the money.
Brittany Merriweather? Oh, no, Jay. Jay Marlis, followed by Brittany Merriweather. Followed by Ton Townsend.
Good evening, Jay Canella Marcus, 1224 16th Avenue North. I urge the commission to vote no on codifying bad faith city rules of procedure. This codifies restrictions which limit free speech and public participation in civic matters. I believe that this push towards codifying the meeting rules and not moving forward with resident requests to provide presentations of community education is a form of civil censorship. Residents have a right to public participation, and these measures are not being codified under good faith. It is being done as an act to limit the free speech that Lake Worth residents have in advocating for issues that are not deemed desirable by the commission. Our grassroots group had spent some time creating a presentation outlining the historical context of a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And Commissioner McVoy has previously introduced it. It was shut down. And a lot of the quotes around that was it was not appropriate, opening the floodgates to other issues and not our business. However, I think it's important that we have an open dialogue. We actually have this discussed by the public before we just cast it out as something that is not supposedly within the topic of city business. I want to call out this censorship, and I request the commission to vote no to updating the rules of procedure. It is our duty as people of conscience to stand with humanity in addition to protecting our civil liberties.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany Merriweather, followed by Todd Townsend. Madam Clerk, do you have public comments to read on this issue?
Yes, I do.
Hi, my name is Brittany Merriweather. I live at 219 North L Street. And my comment is with regard to the proposed changes to the Commission's rules of operation and its current treatment of the public in this meeting as they are related. So critically, the changes to Rule 12 will significantly limit community involvement by requiring consensus to add presentations and restricting who can present. These changes would impede the public's ability to engage with the Commission. Additionally, in this meeting, as you have voted to move new business up and push public comment on non-agenda items to the very end, it has undoubtedly limited the number of residents who can stay and have their voices heard and put on record. This shift towards minimizing community input is troubling. Public participation is vital for transparent and accountable governance. I urge the Commission to reconsider these changes and prioritize inclusivity and community engagement in our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd Townsend, and we're not going to have time for non-agenda items.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street.
Tell the government what to do. It doesn't tell us.
Ronald Reagan.
We the people are the driver. The government is the car. And we decide where it should go and by what route and how fast. Almost all the world's constitutions are documents in which governments tell the people what their privileges are. Our Constitution is a document in which we the people tell the government what it is allowed to do. We the people are free. But man is not free.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right before.
Okay, Madam Clerk, it's 10:46. We're going to end at 11.
Yes, so the meeting does automatically adjourn at 11.
I'm aware of that. You have public comment on this item?
Yes, I have a lot of public comment on this.
Go ahead.
Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. A few months ago, I'm sorry, that's the wrong. Marco Salerno, 1502 South Lakeside Drive, number 308. Attempting to censor the very community that you as a body claim to represent is a gross misuse of power and places you all sorely out of touch with our community. Limiting presentations only to items that the governing body deems appropriate undermines the city's ability to stay abreast of real citizen concerns and encourages the tired facade of maintaining the good old boys club that has persisted in politics since the U.S. government's inception. I urge the body to question who exactly is served with these alterations and why a community active in the politics of their city is so threatening to you all, or do you only need our participation when it's time to campaign and vote? Cheryl Spearling, 915 North M Street. Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, and City Manager. I'm opposed to the changes put forth in Resolution number 25-2024. Amending the City Commission Rules of Procedure, especially the changes to Rule 12. The proposed changes to this rule would effectively remove the public from any possibility of presenting and presentations to the Commission. It will silence the minority vote on the Commission. The City Commission meetings are public meetings. The public must be allowed to make presentations if needed. If these changes are adopted, who is going to be the arbiter and judge of who is an expert in their field of work? If these changes are adopted, will a minority opinion be heard? The majority can effectively silence the minority. This is a very dangerous road to go down. The residents of Lake Worth Beach already feel their voices go unheard. This will make it worse. Please reject this proposal. Thank you. Maria Gilardotti, 622 South North End Street is against. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. Public comment is actually one of the most important parts of the city commission meeting, assuming the comments are directed to city business and not directed to international matters. The city commission serves the residents of the city. Yes, should have to listen to what we say. I'm against the city's proposal to move public comment to the end, in part or full, of the city commission meeting. Rather, the city should instead consider reducing the number of proclamations at the start of every city meeting. While it's a feel-good action, proclamations, which at times number over 10 and take an hour or more to process and then stop and have photos and chit chat with the folks in the audience who are there for the proclamations, do not really serve any city business purpose. For example, today we have a proclamation for national parks. I love national parks, but what does that have to do with the city of Lake Worth? We don't have a national park within the boundaries of our city. Additionally, the city commissioners spend 45 minutes talking about what they did in the last month. When I watch the city meetings, I skip past all the proclamations and all the city commissioner updates. You know what I don't skip past? Public comment. Why? Because I often learn about issues, concerns, wins that I was not aware of. Jonas Reed, 1325 North N Street. Evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager Brown. When making changes to the City Commission rules of procedure, make sure you remember you are elected to lead our city. Our city needs representatives that keep the city first and foremost in their mind. How you conduct your business affects the 6.81 square miles, the people that live, and the business that operate here. Furthermore, your decisions impact those who will supersede you. Make sure the changes you are making are sound and put the city first. Rudy Turnstone, 1510 North D Street. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposal not allowing residents to present directly to the council unless they are considered professionals in their fields. What defines a professional in a field? Are the residents of the city not the professionals in the field of Lake Worth community and the residents' concerns? As a member of this community, I believe it is essential for residents to have the opportunity to address their elected representatives directly on matters that affect our city. Being able to make presentations allows them to do that in a comprehensive and accessible way. Based on our community organizing as residents and the conversations observed in recorded pre-agenda meetings, there is reason to think that this rule change is in direct response to requests from general public residents requesting presentations on items important to them and their fellow community members. This proposed rule change could limit resident participation in city business and hinder meaningful dialogue between residents and commission members. It is crucial that we maintain an open and accessible platform for community engagement. Please vote nay on this proposal and continue to prioritize the voices of the residents you represent. Thank you for considering my perspective. Tuesday, Gilliam, 518 North E Street. I urge you to vote no on unfinished business item A. As residents of this city, we deserve to be able to participate in all decisions that affect our community. Presenting educational information on issues that we as residents are concerned with is part of that process. With the language and changes to Rule 12, this item is censoring residents and limiting their input on what becomes future city-related business. It is crucial that we prioritize thorough education, discussion, and community engagement to identify resident concerns and current and future city business. Residents have a right to share their voices on what impacts our city. The job of the commission is to serve the people of Lake Worth and not to create arbitrary rules in response to requests for presentations that they do not personally feel should be city business, despite strong resident concern on those issues. Enacting rules like this is limiting free speech and civil engagement. Please consider the voices of your constituents and vote against unfinished business item A. Thank you. Darrell and Shari Cornut, 1315 South Palmway. My wife and I support any procedure changes that increase transparency, like not allowing last-minute additions to the agenda or last-minute items to a meeting. However, we are entirely against any procedure or rule changes that lessen transparency and/or broaden public participation or serve to remove general public input, like the proposed changes to presentations under Section 1 of this proposal. Michael Cuevas, 104 South J Street. I'm a little confused about resolution number 25-2024. Why would the city limit presentations to professionals in their field of study determined by a consensus of the commission? In an age when few people in the public follow and/or attend meetings by the city, this seems like a further constraint or restriction on public input. If someone has something to say and wants to take the time to attend a city meeting and wait for an opportunity to speak or give a presentation, then I believe the elected officials have a duty to listen. This just seems to me like one more additional hurdle to invite participation from an already apathetic and disengaged public. Let people be heard if they are vested and interested in what is going on in their city. Next is from Faith Halstead, 4478 Peregrine Way, number 208. I want to address my concerns about the proposed amendment, which states presentations may only be given by professionals in their fields or city staff. Presentations may not be given by the general public. Subject matter is limited to current or future city-related business. This amendment represents a troubling shift away from democratic principles. By limiting presentations to professionals and excluding the general public, you are effectively silencing the voices of the very residents you claim to serve. Limiting discussion to only current or future city-related business also restricts the scope of what can be addressed. Our democracy thrives on open dialogue, not on narrowing the scope of debate. We are meant to foster an environment of inclusivity and openness rather than shutting out the voices of our community. Shame on each of you who vote yes on this amendment. Carmen Moore, 1325 North L Street. Hello, my name is Carmen and I am a Lake Worth Beach resident. As a Lake Worth Beach resident, I need my voice to be heard by the city commissioner because it is literally your job to listen to your constituents. Matthew Brennan, 602 18th Avenue North. This is a slippery slope to muzzling the voices of community members for a wide variety of issues. Valeria Monsalve Astudio, 5961 Ellis Hollow Road West, Lake Worth. I'm reaching out about unfinished business item A and why I think you should vote no. This item aims to limit how residents like me can speak up and be heard. It's super important that everyone in our community feels like they have a say in what happens here, and being able to make presentations about our concerns and ideas for improvement is one way we can do that. We are a community that connects with each other on our efforts for community change and how we can support each other. I have learned of other residents making requests for presentations in recent months, and it has become clear that this rule change is coming up in response to these requests. A direct attempt to make it easier to limit residents and public participation. Lake Worth is known to be more progressive, honoring marginalized communities, and changing the rule does not align with those values. Please consider keeping things open and fair by voting against unfinished business A. Let's make sure our voices count and those that we elected truly represent us. Sienna Mayers, 429 North D Street. Municipal government is one of the few venues for residents to actually be heard by their representatives. Public participation should be encouraged and certain voices not prioritized over others. If you don't want to listen to what residents have to say, find another job. I urge you to vote no on updating the city's rules of procedure. Audrey Locker, 532 North B Street. As a longtime resident of Lake Worth Beach, I am appalled at the prospect of the city amending the rules of procedure to limit public participation during city commission meetings. If the rules are amended, this would greatly curtail Lake Worth Beach residents' ability to take part in city business, which would only hurt the relationship between the city commission and the city's residents. It would mean that the city commission would be functionally less democratic and more self-serving by silencing residents' voice in City Hall. As Lake Worth residents, we have elected the City Commission and the mayor to represent our interests in city matters, not to completely shut us out of the democratic process. Please continue to allow us all to have a say in how our local government functions by voting against Resolution 24-2024. Lizette Perez, 721 North A Street. Censoring the general public is not an ideal way to lead those who voted for you. Allowing all groups to present to the commissioners is the best way to learn new things and what is important to your citizens. Limiting presentations to only certain professionals censors the message and narrows the possibilities of learning and growing as a city. Nick Pagliugi, 429 North D Street. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it's 11 p.m. The meeting has automatically adjourned.